You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. We are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Welcome everyone to the 109th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And once again, we're here with Mayran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, and he'll be speaking as usual on all the wondrous things of the Keshe Foundation and the latest technologies and developments. We'll have, I'd like to show, let me show the banners that are available here now. Let's see, I have to get this set up here in just a second. There they are. And I have to share that. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's me. Get that out of the way. Okay, now we have the banners from the Dubai event, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race conference. We have the World Peace Treaty. We have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race conference. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race conference with space technology, health, nanomaterials, energy, transportation, environment, agriculture, nanotech, and ICT, all the aspects of the Keshe Foundation on that particular banner. And these banners will be seen at the event. Some of the artwork designed by some of the Keshe Foundation volunteers. I think Robert in particular. Okay, I think we're ready to begin here. Mr. Keshe, are you available there?
Yes, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whenever, as usual, whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. Today is the last Thursday here before the conference, and as we go into the holiday sections of the Keshe Foundation KFSSI, we have only the Thursdays to broadcast, and Tuesday sessions of international teaching goes us till the 6th of May, when we restart the Institute back on teaching. These banners are the banners of the Keshe Foundation, what we call One Planet, One Nation, One Race conference in Dubai. We are more or less full to what we wanted before we foreseen the number of seats, and we are more or less complete to the seats we allocated. The conference is on a 2 days basis, as was said, 21st, 22nd, and in that process, a number of speakers which are part of the Keshe Foundation structure will be there. We have been informed that representative of one of the world leaders will be present. He will arrive a couple of days around the same day as the conference, and they will leave. He attends in person on behalf of one of the top world leaders and in response to our peace program and share of knowledge. We are waiting for response from other world leaders if they appoint a delegation or someone will be present. But we have received confirmation and the invitation has been issued. He is one of the most powerful scientists and represents one of the most powerful governments. We'll take it with the pleasure to invite him to welcome him in the meeting, and we'll see it there. The conference will be on a Thursday, and as usual, we will not broadcast the sessions of the conference, but as the session finishes around 1 o'clock every day, and the teaching of the KFSSI Knowledge Seekers usually starts at 9 o'clock, which is at 12 o'clock Dubai time. In the last hour of the meeting, we will open the channels. Next teaching, next Thursday, will be for 1 hour, directly from the conference after the election of the members of the council. So for the first time, you will see the members of the council, the initial members, and then we'll carry on with 1 hour broadcasting and we finish at 1 o'clock next Thursday. In the coming time, the program and the work of the, you want to change it? Yeah, we don't have a good voice. I have to change the microphone if you could open that door. Okay. The work of the, yeah, we had to change the microphone because we had to clear the one of the problem with that microphone. The work of the council will be laid out in the conference, and you will be able to see the members of the council, as I said, in the first hour, and it will be one of the smallest sessions, shortest sessions we ever broadcast. Because after that, the session completes at 1 o'clock, and this will be the setting for a start of the World Council, as it will be known. The Universal Council has its own power and will dictate its own terms according to the structure which is set, and will dictate its own mandate. In coming time, it will replace the United Nations as it is today, as is not a United Nation, it's a one-sided nation in the hand of two people, two countries who run according to their will. For the first time, the Universal Council represents the totality of human race in a proportion and according to their life, which means we do with what we call the borders. There shall not be any borders according to the structure of the council, and they'll have their own independent fields and independent forces to handle the whole thing. The Universal Council is and will be independent from any government or organization, and its support, financial support to run its members will come from the Keshe Foundation manufacturing side, which means every manufacturing company around the world who is part of the Keshe Foundation will support the structure of the council, and all the members of the council will be on a full-time payroll of the foundation, which means they're devoted to serve humanity and to bring peace, and their time will be valued, and the council will sit in its own seat in the coming time. This is the first time ever been done. So when we launch the factories, the income from the factories launches to support the council, and the council supports to bring equality and peace to man, and then the man does the same thing in supporting this foundation and the work of the council through the factory. So we do not wait for donation, and we do not wait for somebody to dictate the condition. The work of the council is so balanced that no one, no person, no government, no organization can ever influence its decision making. I've laid out the law of how it will be run, and it will be run in according to understanding of all the weaknesses of the man, that it becomes his strength. In so many ways, there is no way a decision made by the Universal Council can be influenced by one man or by one nation or by the organization. So we move away from the present false information, false wars, false documentation, which has destroyed the credibility of the present United Nations. Calling for wars, killing scientists, to start wars, and then escaping on the protection of the United Nations passport, as we see with some of the people who started the false wars. This will never happen. The Council will never issue a war and the Council will never support anything to destroy even a single life. Its work will be to support peace and find a solution in that process. We will go into detail when we meet in Dubai. Now, we go to another point in what is happening around the foundation. As you know, foundation work has been to support in every way possible is education support and sharing of the knowledge across the world. As I mentioned on Tuesday, we don't just support free education for Africa, but we support education for who wants to be educated by the foundation. And in my talks, I explained about how we supported a couple who lived in Spain, Italian, who came to the center. We paid them because for them not to go through the hardship, they were paid €1,000 per month to give them the comfort of living. So you see, we don't work on the color of the nation. The girl who was here with a boyfriend, Eleanor and Andrea, they wanted to be here. We supported them. €1,000 would have given 10 Africans free access to education. So we do not consider color and race. We do not consider nationality as you used to. We look in what it can be expanded into the knowledge of life. In that process, in the coming weeks, we will announce further education plans for different nations and countries at this moment that allows everyone to come into an umbrella of the teaching and learning. Those of you who've been here on Tuesday and those of you who've been on the private teaching yesterday on both first year and 3-year course, you know and we informed you that we will release a new technology today. Today is the 14th of April, and in so many ways, we set a new course. The course is adding to the knowledge in a way that we finish from today, more or less, with a world of attachments to the matter state. For the first time, we move in the direction to learn about the true work of plasma as we plan the structure for space technology. In so many ways, we've been through the full step. We went through everything, and now we start working on that direction to bring more plasma technology directly to the front. If you remember, last 2 weeks ago, we announced, or 3 weeks ago, with our Japanese Keshe Foundation, that how we structure the TEPCO extracting tritium, how we structured helping TEPCO with the Saturn 1994, how we helped with the contamination of the tanks in Fukushima. Now, we show you something to show exactly how influential the Keshe Foundation is. Rick, I sent you a link this morning. Could you please open it up and we tell you what? Could you please open that link?
Yes, just a second, Mr. Keshe.
In this link, you see how 3 weeks ago, presentation of the Fukushima, how we were involved, has forced the TEPCO and the Japanese government to cover up part of their program, which was cleaning up the tritium and other radioactive materials. And now that they have produced huge amounts of material, cleaned up the tanks, now they cannot tell their nation that we have collected tons of gold. Now, it's very simple. They announced after 3 years they're releasing all the tritium contaminated waters into the ocean, Atlantic Ocean. And we all know under no circumstances International Atomic Energy Authority and the World United Nations will allow such a move. You can read it. Japan prepares for release of tritium from Fukushima plant. Of course they do. There is no tritium. It's all been cleaned up. The gold has gone into the national reserves in an atomic structure gold, which is a nanomaterial worth trillions. Our Keshe Foundation, Japan, sent me a very nice text this morning. If you want, I'll read it to you. Then you understand, do not get fooled by what is said, but now the waters are clean. I'm a nuclear physicist, and I work at the highest levels. Under no circumstances any government would allow contaminated tritium water will ever touch the seas. But I'll read you what the Japan raised. The Japan writes, they got whatever they wanted, turned this disaster into a profit. And now, again, on the masquerade, they are going to release tritium. So you see how fast they knew today. We're going to go and explain and open the direction in releasing the materials for international trials of the products which we release for helping mainly the Japanese in Japan from the contamination of Fukushima. So in that process, they have released and they are planning to do to really literally claim that tritium has not been able to be cleaned up, and now we're going to dump it in the sea. Tritium is one of the most dangerous elements, nuclear, in the world of the creation of nuclear industry. We do not know more dangerous, high energy than this little chap, which actually can interfere with the structure of every being. So now we see another cover-up, another structure which TEPCO is trying to cover under now that they have depleted, used the plasma technology in cleaning up, selling the technology which was given to the TEPCO freely as a gift by the Keshe Foundation into the American company, and then the American company in turn been sold for 360 odd million in the past couple of months. So it's all one-way traffic. So as one race, one nation, we would not mind. It's fantastic. Let them do it. Let them dump it. But if a single tank opens, IAEA and a number of other nuclear nations have to certify that they can do so. And what we know it will be done, the waters will be clean. Clean of any contamination using the plasma technology. And adding what is one of the most rarest atomic monostructures of gold, which worth trillions. Gold on its own, 50 kilo per container, is a few millions. When you change it into a nano gold, it's worth untold amounts. And we tell you how beautifully it was done. If you can, Rick, can you go into the teaching of when we had the representation of the Japan on Fukushima 3 weeks ago? Can you very quickly in the background go on and bring the picture where the gentleman was explaining to us the last white product is what belongs to the Keshe Foundation work with TEPCO. Can you search for that very quickly? It's the teaching, I think, 106, if I'm correct, where we show Fukushima. On the plate, he shows filtering material. Once you see that filtering material, you know exactly what we are talking about. That filtering material, the white material, which the gentleman explains, this is what is provided by Keshe Foundation. That white material is nano gold dust. So this picture confirms that's how they are working. They are using the nano gold, which is white, in filtering from what they produce. It's one of the most expensive processes to produce nano gold, and not many organizations have managed to achieve to produce it. So now you see the key is in what they release, knowing that nobody knows. But when you're the inventor and you understand what is there. The filter is and confirms the correctness of the technology in being a nano gold used for filtering, which absorbs every other radiation. It's like silver. Nano gold has the capability to absorb most of the radioactive materials known to man in his and within his structure. All you need is to wash the filter, wash the gold, and you've got it. So back to back, it confirms we are 100% correct. Back to back, it confirms the current deception which is going still in nuclear industry. And in a way, we've been there to open the doors, and that's it. This is the picture which was provided to us. The last material is gold, nano gold, picked up from the tanks when the process was given to TEPCO. Now, for the first time, those of you who've been trying to produce monoatomic gold, you see it in front of you. And this is the completion of the process which we explained and will be done. But that's what we are here for. We are here to serve humanity. It does not matter how humanity deceives itself and the others in applying to collect things which they created a problem of. We explained to you in the teaching of the past that we will launch the product which will help, and we need collectively now to work towards this target of testing these materials which are natural products. These are not chemical products. We have produced the process again by the Japanese through Japan to help the Japanese with the Fukushima disaster, which the rulers of the nation were only interested in gold and how they can increase their reserves without helping their nation. We thank them for that, but now we help the Japanese nation and the rest of the world that when the next nuclear disaster happens, you know what to do and how to do, and we collect the data. The whole structure in the process is to collect data that we know exactly how it is and how we can help. The process is colossal. It's not going to be easy. I have approached 3 nuclear governments and we have a response from 2 the positive way. We are waiting for the 3rd one to achieve and reach an agreement that all the data collected in this process, which we produce and release the material for in a controlled way, will be analyzed by the scientists in 3 nations. And on the back of it, we invite other nuclear nations to join us, other world industry to join us, to analyze data from their prospect of understanding, not from what we do. What we're going to do for the first time as Keshe Foundation, supporters around the world, we keep providing the data and let the world organizations and top scientists analyze the data on a continuous basis. So today we started what we call the GANS trial. This trial is, as we said, for the lotion, that we will see how the lotion will affect and change the structural GANS parameters of the skin of the man. Would you like to show the products, please, Rick? On the other hand, we release the same, the eye drop, and we release the CO2. What we call the GANS, which helps to understand how we can clean the body of the man from radiation. I was talking to one of the senior nuclear physicists in human trials in past 2 or 3 days. They are shocked with what is on the table that a decision has to be made at the presidential level, that how such a technology has been developed and now is in public without the governments having any say into it. So what we've done, we have brought the position forward. We need the pictures of the products, Rick. Do you have it?
Do you mean the decontamination pictures, the 6 pictures you sent me, Mr. Keshe? Or
No, the pictures of the eye drop.
okay, right.
The,
I don't have that. Vince, do you have a picture of that? Okay.
okay. So while you're getting that active, it means from now you can, we have all to participate in trying to analyze. What we done, we divided the thing in 3 parts. One for the eye, as we said before. One as a supplement to clean up any what we call contamination in the body. And the third one is the lotion, which is for the skin. We do not put any parameters. You test and write to us what you have tested for using the material, and then we leave the data in the data bank for the governments and the scientists to come to analyze from their perspective view, from what they understand in their bank of knowledge, that they can help us. Because none of us sees the totality, but all of us see a lot. So this is the first time such a trial has taken place. World population, we have millions of visitors. Don't look, I don't have a skin cancer. Don't look, I don't have an eye problem. Don't look, I don't know if I'm contaminated or not. We won't like to know how the system does work. The system is safe. It is not man-made. It's a natural product. All of us live by it. There we are. This is what? No, this is not the one. This is the wrong pictures. The new product pictures are.
I'm sorry,
Show
that
them individually, please.
so I just showed it there.
It is launched now. You can go to the shop. The process is we have put what we think it will be total cost of the evaluation to pay for research and development and further understanding of the analysis of the data. So such a research costs millions. We have allocated 10,000 trials per product, which means we need 10,000 people to join for each product that we get a full spectrum. What are these used for? We will come to understand very rapidly. This is the capsules. This is what we call the supplement. It will be provided as drops. You can have the product in for eye, or you can have the product for the skin as a lotion. You can see the GANS dietary supplement is a natural material, and it's us who's got to test it. I've been told by someone in the past couple of days, this will do a lot with something what we call the stomach ulcers. If you have a stomach ulcer, using this supplement, we want to know if this can help with eradication of the ulcer. We would like to know if you have a high blood pressure, the technology works. If you have high cholesterol, the technology works. Because don't forget, these tablets are, in fact, both physical and psychological balancing. This is what we see. It's a macro GANS. You got to remember the GANS.org is on the setting owned by the foundation. and we will launch products on the GANs.org from now on regular basis. So when you come, you go to the website, we have put €120 for the trial for packages of one supplement, one eye drop, one supplement, one lotion, or 2 supplements if you want to try. If you have any viruses, any bacteria in your stomach, at the moment we use ginger and garlic and herbs to get rid of parasites in the body of the man. We would like to know if this system helps. If you know you have parasites, there are technologies which do say people have this and that. We would like to know if it works, and it does help. On the other hand, in the following part of the teaching this morning, we will come to the next point, and that is how these materials, that's a KFSSI gas eye drop, will be used for the change in everything which is there. There is a title on it. Can we have the titles for each product? There is an explanation for it. If you can bring the explanation for the eye drop, can you read it for us, please? This is done by the scientist who has developed it, so this is his explanation.
Okay, we can start off with the, well, it says the GANS supplement provided from the Japan Keshe Foundation. The GANS supplement improve the immune system functions, protect against age-associated health decline. Our immune system is everything that enables us to defend our bodies against disease-causing microorganisms. GANS supports our immune system by providing an additional deterrent against microbes.
Can you stop there, please? Let us explain scientifically what it means. Because you digest this as a gravitational magnetic field, the energy, as we call energy gravitational magnetic field, is absorbed by your digestion system, by your limbs, and then it's the lymph which becomes part of your immune system by going through your bone. This is the way it's structured, and that's what it means. You strengthen your immune system by strengthening the weaknesses in your lymph, in a way by strengthening what is needed. But the body only takes what it needs. This is why we see this as possible solution for most of the autoimmune diseases. It is possible from our point of view, and with what we have seen, the digestion in the process and the dosage which is done will provide such a condition. This is what we need to see. If you have an autoimmune disease, please sign in and let us see what we can do. This is a new health technology for humanity. Not a pharmaceutical, but this is a GAN solution from the natural materials which we create. We want to understand. And as we said, once the trial is complete, we release it in blueprint that everybody can use. If we manage within the next 4 or 5 months, complete the trial, that is minimum 30,000 data from people to be added in, that the scientists around the world and the individuals around the Keshe Foundation can analyze the data and they say, okay, this is what's going to be good for, this is what is there. A program for this is getting set up by Innovation Center that everything can go in a pigeonhole for that disease. So you say, I tried it for this and it works. We want to know. With the eye drop, it's the same. With the eye drop, the energy transformation is to change the condition of cataract, for example. For the first time, we understand what cataract means. Cataract is and comes by the age when emotionally you do not want to see what is the affairs around you with your eyes. It's too harsh to see. In ILS, we shut down the body. In MS, we shut down the body. But when it comes to the emotion with the sight,
the body decides to shut out the sight that it does not want to see the pain of life, what it causes in pain. If you studied as much as we done into cataract, you'll find out cataract in principle is psychosomatic. These processes, as they carry both emotion and physical changes, should, according to our people, work very good for cataract. Eye degeneration is another one. Would you like to read about the eye, please? The eye drop.
Okay, and there was a person that mentions that he's had cataracts removed and lenses put in. Would the eye drops be compatible for that?
We recommend to you no, because it's a synthetic material. We put a thing, anybody with a lenses or change of, what do you call it, the glass lenses you use, or any eye operation, please do not use this. You have to put that proviso in there, please, in this section.
Okay, we can read about the Gans eye drop.
Yeah, eye drop.
The Gans eye drop is a new ophthalmic product to support eye health. Gans eye drop contains energized Gans water to enhance the metabolism and heal numerous eye diseases like cataract, glaucoma, and dry eye.
Can you please change that heal name to process immediately? We don't do healing. It's just a mistyping. Can you change that in the background, please, Vince, immediately, and put a warning on the eye lotion, please, on the Gans lotion. Take the heal out and make it to a process. Next one, please.
Okay, so let me see, we missed the Gans lotion part here, I guess. So
yes, please.
The Gans lotion. Gans lotion is an extraordinary skincare product used to treat against a variety of skin conditions, including wrinkles and UV-induced dark spots. Gans lotion boosts cellular energy production to support the damaged skin cell to repair itself while protecting the skin from microbial activity.
So this is what we see. Can you change those words immediately, please, Vince, in the background and read?
Oh.
Can you refresh the page, please?
Yes.
Okay, can you go up? Just add on all the products, especially on the eye, that do not use if you have any eye operation or you use contact lenses. For the eye, please, that if you had an eye operation or you use contact lenses, they cannot be used. And reprocess, please. We know on the trials from the materials of the Gans, these products, especially the lotion, has a direct and very direct effect on burns. We would like to see, if you use the lotion on a burn, how fast the pain disappears, how fast, if there is a wound, heals, and or it reprocesses itself. The processing is important. How fast we see the change, because we have seen extraordinary behavior from the material in the past. So, as I said, join the trial. Take it and let us see what happens. We are very interested with the supplement to look into migraine. In taking the supplements with the migraine, if we get the result the way we expect, because it will change the strength in motion, which leads up to the convulsion and the rest which goes with migraine. We are very interested to see the joint use of the eye drop and the supplement. for migraines. People who have a migraine, because the way that where the eye sits with the supplements will respond to immediate relief and a long-term eradication of migraine. We are opening a new health space industry done by the people for the people. Join the trial in every shape or form you can think, that we see how we can change. I said, as I said before, past few minutes ago, from today, we change the course of space technology. Step by step, we come close to see, to understand. In the teachings of a couple of weeks ago, in the past couple of weeks, I showed you the health unit. Excuse me, Caroline, can I have all those samples there? The one, everything, please. Pardon? What did you say? Can you reload the page, please? That we see it, that it can be used properly. So, pardon, everything, all the boxes, please. If you remember, last week, we showed you, take him with you. If you remember, we showed you a tool which creates a magnetic field, gravitational field, and magnetical forces, that the magnetical field forces which creates a separation, which is at the strength of the emotion, led to drop of the cancer cells from the breast of a woman. And I told you, I will bring you the breast cells to see. You saw the machine last week. These are parts which the system has given freedom to the cells of the body to be released. If you can see,
Are you ready to show your video?
please, can we have the camera please on?
Okay.
Yeah. What we have, what do I do? Press this. Yeah? No? Okay, how do you get rid of this one now? Where do you go? Yeah, I've done that. I want to open that. Ah, it's okay. No, we don't need it. It's on the camera. Okay. As I said to you, this is part of the breast which is collected by the hospital and we are in possession of. You can see the pieces of the breast. Would you like to bring the camera close, please? This is one piece that the body has decided to reject using the system. Is that close enough? You can see it? Yeah? You see the piece? That's how the body, this is at least about 10, 15 grams. Can you focus on it? Yeah?
Focus.
Yeah.
Focus. Focus.
This is the piece of cancer from the breast, which the body has rejected using that system without us touching anything, with sending the balanced information to the body of man. This is, as I said, we have jars of this. As the body rejected, it was collected for scientific purposes. These jars are full with this entity. Breast cancer tumors, which for the first time in the knowledge of man has been rejected by the body itself. It's been collected in the bottles by the patient and the hospital. And what we see after the removal of the breast cancer lump, we have, as I explained to you, 3/4 of the tumor in this container. 1/4 is kept frozen in the hospital by the doctors because they have never seen such an evolution that the body rejects part of itself by use of a simple system which is there. As I said to you and I explained, the minute we placed
this unit. Within 2 hours, pieces of cancer rejected by the body, as you see. Immediately, the information carried on the balance of the emotion will show how much body. We are not talking about minute pieces. These are big chunks. A lot of them was refused by the body and is collected by the patient itself. This is important because now we can show the correctness of the technology in totality. Because this is not to, these are the early stages trials with the breast cancer to show we can do. And when they open the breast, the tumor is black inside. It means it's not active anymore. Tumor from inside, the elements which cause the tumor have dissolved. But the spread of the cancer across the body is so heavy that the rest cannot support. So if you have a breast cancer, if you have other cancers, especially leukemia, we are looking if you would like to start testing the what we call the supplement. Can we, with the supplement, support the same thing? Because now we fixed the position, but randomly, if you take into consideration that there are millions and millions of energized guns within the capsule, some of them eventually will take the position and strength of the system, create the energy for the body, that for the body will reduce or repel cancer cells. This is what we are counting on. So we are launching this for a spectrum of diseases. Please join the trial. 10,000 gives us a good data. As I said, we are looking for humanity to go to the next step, that pharmaceuticals become the helpers, not to be accused to be the destroyers. We are not fighting with the pharmaceuticals. We are giving a new direction in a way that pharmaceuticals, with the help of the health section, can bring a new dimension into the healthcare of the man. The dosages are controlled in these parameters that we can know what it is. And as we said, once we have the data, we try to process it as fast as possible. Then we will release all the data that every one of you should be able to help themselves. The way the reporting is going to be done, it will be section by section. You can choose. I use it for cancer. I use it for parasite. I use it for a virus. I use it for whatever. And report to us the good and the bad. We don't think there should be any bad because body takes what it needs.
Mr. Keshe, there's a comment in the Q&A. Should we also include a disclaimer for breastfeeding and pregnant women about these products?
It's a natural process. It's a natural material. It is not that it will harm. It's another. What it is, when you eat food, it goes in your stomach and it converts to a gas. So now you take the energy directly as a gas. It's a natural product, and in a way could be replacements in the nations where they don't have what you call folic acid, which is a nuclear material the doctors give to the mother at the time of pregnancy to support the energy losses in division of the cell. I don't see any problem, but that's for the healthcare people. And there is a proviso. The proviso with this trial is you have to sign an agreement, which is going on the website in the coming days. And we only accept data from those, and we only support and supply the sample trials to those who sign this agreement.
And the agreement is very simple. You're becoming a human volunteer to help the others, but knowing what the technology can deliver. So those of you who buy the products to be, or you donate money to the foundation to run this trial, what we call the GANS trial, you become part of the structure which you sign yourself into. So anybody comes and says, I tried this and this is what's done, that's your problem, that's your prerogative. And you can do whatever you like. We will not, if your data is not part of our trial case, we will not register in the trial. It can stay outside in testimonial, but in trial we need to clarify dosage, the strength, the material, that we create a collective balanced data, not random data. And this will take all the mayhem which those who wanted to damage the foundation with the MAGRAPH systems. The MAGRAPH system are so effective and working, but those who are paid and sit in different locations because they have to serve their paymasters tried to make a good shot of it. But thanks to them, we get more people coming in to look what it is, and it's serving us much more. So in that purpose, we only take data from those who pay the donation, that we can supply the application form, that then we have to have a response back, that we can analyze data scientifically, openly to all the scientific organizations around the world, to be able to clarify what dosage, what measure, how long you need to take for a given condition. If we see rapid improvement in certain conditions, we bring the Atomic Energy Authorities of 3 nations immediately into operation in concentrating on one. I'm speaking directly with nuclear centers, atomic health centers, to make sure that our data on a daily basis is studied by their scientists. I go that far. I thank the Iranian government nuclear industry for understanding in collaboration and operation. I thank the Office of His Excellency, President Rouhani, in clarifying the clearance that the Iranian scientists can get involved in analysis of data as soon as we come to the final agreement.
Mr. Keshe, there's another question from Yvonne Hanna. Are the eye drops suitable for children with eyesight problems and needing to wear glasses?
We don't know. Try it. It's a natural product. But the parents have to state what they're using it for, and we ask you, in everything you do, is in your contract you sign, you have to consult your doctor. You have to consult. It's your right, and we ask you to consult your doctor that you have started this trial, the GANS trial. This is not a clinical trial. It's not a clinical health trial. GANS is used for the space reactors. GANS is used for cleaning up the waters. GANS is used for energizing all sorts of things. So we are not promoting GANS as a medical, but as industrial, commercial, agricultural, and everything else, which now it has and needs a chance to be tested on controlled condition of human race. This is not a clinical trial. This is a GANS trial for industrial development in the world of the science that now others can use and see. Our legal team advised us clearly, and we respect your advice, that we were not, and we do not claim, a clinical trial. We are launching an industrial trial for the materials that, by proving it, it will become a material for health application around the world. You got to understand where the technology is going. The technology is going in a direction that every man will be touched by it. Every man will be part of it, and there is no escape from the new technology. The rapid teaching and development creates this position. In my visit to China, I asked the Office of His Excellency President Xi to support the nuclear test data
on this trial. And we are sure that we'll receive support from technological science team in China, and I thank the Chinese government for their support, as I do with the Iranian governments and the nuclear industry of Iran. And as we see, the Ghanaian Atomic Energy Authority is already part of the structure of the testing. So we bring 3 nuclear atomic nations, into the process of monitoring the data. In Africa, we support and we pay the Ghanaian scientists to become data analysts because they understand it. We have some brilliant scientists in Africa. We bring the direction of the same. In Kenya, we go the same way. We ask them on the Kenyan side to start monitoring for the African diseases. So we become a center of the knowledge for all the people on this planet. As I said, the support of the Iranian government, nuclear industry, in analyzing data will be vital, the same as is with the Chinese and the rest. We opened the hand of collaboration, the same with my old employees, British Nuclear Fuel in UK. There is a vast amount of knowledge within the English nuclear industry. At the same time, with our contacts with Italian nuclear, which they have already done some tests on the gas before for data analysis for decontamination and the health application within Italy. We are part of the structure of the Italian nation, and we stay loyal to the Italian nation. At the same time, we open hand to the governments like United States Atomic Energy Authority and AEU that we can collaborate data. There is no hiding. We bring openly. In the coming time, we bring the head of Atomic Energy Authority health sections on these teachings, that they tell us what they want to see, how they see the direction, and what initiative in their countries has been taken for testing. So we become part of an international organization for change of the course in health, but collectively working together. We come to another point. As I said before, we change the course of the teaching from today. What we've done up to now in our teaching, go back to the first time we did some 200 odd teachings past, talking about making nanomaterial, how the energy will be. Then we opened the institute and we had the first students. The first graduates from the students like Marco and Armin finished last February. The second team or group of what I call knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation, thank you very much, who started on the 5th of May last year in Trani, they finish tomorrow. 1 year being a student as a knowledge seeker has come to an end for these knowledge seekers. So we have finished, more or less as of today, tomorrow, the second group of scientists, new plasma scientists, which they have completed. We have the third generation or third year of the knowledge seekers, which just started in January. So we have completed 2 cycles of teaching, and the numbers are increasing per term, per lecture, per year. So in a coming up for the next year, we have more knowledge seekers who become the scientists of the technology. But all the teachings up to today is to do with the matter state. This is to do with the tangibility of the state of the matter as we know on this planet. As I explained to you, I took you step by step, line by line, from one to another, that we could carry enough people with us that the knowledge this time around will not be hidden or closed, that it will be privilege of a few to abuse the others. Let us see what we learned up to now. And from today on, we go to the dimension of the true plasma. The true space technology starts from today. We have laid all the work for it to be. We started with the matter, copper, zinc, whatever. We managed to change what we had as a molecular tightness to make it a matter state to the same but in nano. If you look, this is this chap, this is this chap, this is this chap, and this is this chap. So we have managed to change the material from molecular to nano singularity of the atom. And when, excuse me, I have to close this here 1 second because the smell of preservatives for this chemicals of the breast are overwhelming.
Mr. Keshe, maybe we see a close-up of the tumor before you put it away.
Pardon?
May we see a close-up? Could you show us to the camera the part of the tumor?
Yes. We have shown it. Go back on it. It's very solid.
I couldn't see it that clearly.
Well, I'll come as close as possible. It's a breast cancer which grown outside the breast, not inside the breast. Yeah? Yeah? I'm gonna go back. Okay, that's what it's doing.
It's better now. Thank you.
Yeah. This is what is provided to us by the lady as she collected the part of her own body. It's just, what do you call it? I never learned the name of that thing, the preservative they use. What I highlight there is the smell of it here is overwhelming. So, we come to this. We still are in a matter state. We still are manifesting the energy of a matter strength in a matter state when we come now. In conjunction with bringing a condition from this point to this point, we didn't do anything. We just added a new condition. We created a new environment for this to happen. Further on, we added a second environment, which was the salt, which allowed these matters to become free agents. So now we've gone from this step to this, from this to this, from this to this, and now is relevant to the position. So we still have a plasma which manifests itself in a matter state. We have to have a GANS. From today, this is what was and has been the knowledge of man. And we see it, and we've seen its effect. That's why we launched the GANS for the trials, because we know it creates effects. This is the teaching of the man up to today. Now we start the cycle of the space technology. Let's understand it, and gradually you all shall see what it is. Let's do it in parallel, that you can see it, how it will be. What did we do? We created the GANSs. We know the energy is there. When the first time we showed the massive power of the GANs in the Sensano at 129 Tesla, We were called all sorts of things. Don't forget, all the people who accuse the Keshe Foundation to be wrong and all technology wrong, it's the same people, just following their track because they're paid to do. The man who started all this is paid to do. It's a team of them. If you create enough shit, some of it will stick, as they say in English. And they tried, and none of it has stuck up to now. And they are getting paid to do more. But we saw it. The same people are still on the same track. There is something wrong with the equipment. It does this, it never did that, and the rest. And in reality, they have no understanding of the science except through what are called trying to discredit the Keshe Foundation to get themselves a name and a few seconds on somewhere to write something to confirm their existence. But we know where we are. We're finished with this point. We've seen the GANs. We've seen 129. We've seen the effect of people where we use these gases on the coils that now you report power energy reduction. And for the first time, we have created what we saw with the atomic energy out of Ghana, the cleaning of the water. We saw the coil business, that it allowed us to be creating energy. We saw the production of the GANs for application in health. Those of you who are using the coils and everything else to be. So we know there is and how the field forces will come to operate. Now we come to another point. Up to here, we are in the present mixture of two, the GANs, the matter, powers of the GANs, and energy of the plasma. Now we go into the true space technology. In a space, the interaction of the fields and the strength of the fields leads to the creation of the conditions and the elements of the universe. So what we need to have is not the matter state, but in fact to be able to replicate the condition of the universe with the presence of the fields. But in the world of man, we have tools that we can facilitate this presentation. Let's go and look at what we saw with our friends from Ghana Atomic Energy Authority, what the data and the papers produced by Benjamin showed us. When you put the GANs into the river water, we saw sediments. When they applied the GANs into the waters, microbiological confirmed the destruction of the viruses and germs. So we know the power is there. Then we came by adding the GANs on the coils, and we've seen the energy, people reporting for the first time a hybrid energy between electron vibration and the plasma technology in reducing the electricity consumption on the bill. So we know it exists. We've seen the power of the GANs to our friends in Australia, how a minute amount can grow and change the growth of the vegetation by 3 times, from what it was 55 grams to around 140, 145 grams. So we have seen all these hidden energies. We saw in 129 in the Sensano for the first time, and the rest. So we know there is an energy power, but it's time to harvest the power. And to harvest the power of the GANs, we have to be able to separate the GANs from different state to one mono element. Otherwise, we cannot do. If we go back to the teachings where a lot of people, Rick, can you go back onto, I know it's on your files, where we had the bowls which gas was put in with a liquid and a gap in the center, please? Do you have that on your file somewhere? I know you do. Can you put that on the screen, please?
You mean the GANs ring? Is that what you mean?
The GANs bowl, which the GANs materials comes to the side. We had the water, the transparent bowls.
I'll see what I can do. Maybe someone can help me with that too.
Somebody has it. Just while you're doing it, I have to wash my hand from this chemical. It sickens me. Just 1 second, please. Find it? You know which one I'm talking about?
No, I can't.
We have a bowl. We had people who made the first cores, and they showed it. Yes, that's the one.
Right. Okay, I'll have a look too here.
If anybody has it, send it to Rick. If Armand is in the background, this is important because in that process, in putting the GANs some 2 years ago, I referred to this element, and all of you, because the knowledge wasn't there, did not understand. When you look at the coil, the way the core was set was very simple. We loaded a core. A metal core or a plastic core was loaded. We put GANs and water, and then we span the core. What we achieved or what we saw was very simple. The separation of the GANs to the boundary and what we had here as water, the accumulation of the water in and a hollow center. And many times I explained that the water in that state is in a state of the GANs. Because the replication of this is in the human body. In the human body, water, what we call the structure of the GANs of the water, is in a GANs state and not in a molecular atomic water as we consider. So I referred to this 2 years ago about the water to be in the GANs state. This was a turning point, but at that point, nobody understood. So we went with the depth of the teaching, because when you carry an information of the plasmatic gravitational strength into a matter, the matter keeps within distance, within structure, the information of the plasmatic condition, because water itself on this planet is magnetic gravitational. That's why we get germs in the waters and we get contamination of the water and infestation, because it allows to absorb and hold on to due to the gravitational property of the mass. This is GANs mass of oxygen to most of the elements which comes into it. That's how you get contamination of the water, due to that gravitational mass of the oxygen. Have you found the picture yet?
I don't have that picture. I've got a picture of Richard with the rotating clear reactor. Is that?
Yes. So if you have it,
I sent you a link with the video with small GANs reactors by Armen Guloyan.
Yeah, it doesn't. They're not transparent, Shandor. We can't see the ring.
Ah, you need that with a transparent ring? Okay.
Yeah, and this will show it, I think, in part of Richard's. I'll just have to.
Oh, that was Peter Zauher's post. Oh, just a second.
If you have it, because it's important for us to show it in part of the teaching, because people understand it's not theoretical. We've seen it. Those of you who are new, you have to see it to understand it. And in what process, in this process, when you create the centrifuge or the rotation, where the gases of the heavier elements go to the boundary, because they are partially interaction of the matter state condition of the Earth, the water stays in the center, and the hollow center is literally what you call the dark, the principal matter. This is what we see. There it is. This is perfect. You see, in the center, cannot use option? Yes. You see here in the center, we have a vortex. In the center of this, if you look from the top, you have a hollow. You have a hollow center. Then you have the water here. And then what you see, you have the gas on the outside. So what we see and what we said from the beginning is that this water, now that is entrapped in the circle of 2,400 RPM, this was about the maximum where the separation stays, where this water here is in the gas state, not in the matter state, because it's surrounded by a ring of gas, which itself is gravitational magnetical. So the water in the container in the center is in a gas state. This is why we see the property of the water in separation that behaves as a carrier of information, carrier of energy of the gas state. For the first time, I said to you this, go on the recording, that this water is in the gas state. But nobody understood, a very few. Then we had to show the test which was done by Benjamin. In that test, we introduced the gas directly into the environment. And we saw the change of the waters. We have the pictures from Benjamin. If we can go up, you can see how adding of the gas into the waters in Ghana, in Atomic, what do you call it, Institute there, showed us. Can we go into the pictures from Ghana where we see the separation from Benjamin? If you have it, it would be nice. In that process, we showed the property of the gas in its totality. I cannot get rid of this one.
That's not the 6 pictures you sent me, Mr. Keshe. You're talking
No,
about
no. Okay. In the communication we had with Benjamin in Ghana, they showed us the waters they used in from the 2 rivers, and then they showed us in the report they used the CO2 and a copper oxide, and the effect of copper oxide gas was to clean up most of the things, and they had to redo the readings and the connections. So what happened in this rotation? We saw the gas water. In the application, we saw the power of the gas of copper, the green one, what we saw in that rotation, in being able to dictate the condition of creation of a gas water and separation of the higher order magnetic gravitational fields, which was in the center. What happens is that the field forces of the gas push in, and as they receive, they have to push back. It clearly holds and creates this massive environment of empty space with full of energy. This itself contains a huge amount of plasmatic gravitational magnetic fields. Is more lethal if you can measure it from the field essence of point of view, if you can reduce it, than most probably a number of Hiroshima bombs. There's so much contained in the plasma. Then, with the testing of Ghana, we became one step further in understanding of the whole totality. We became in understanding of why are we showing this now? What's the reason for showing this?
Is this not the test from Ghana?
Yes, yes. That's how they used. Can it go up, please? This is the waters they use, the control. They put the CUO, and if you go up with the nano wires, and then if you go up, we've seen how the waters were cleaned up from this to this by using CO. So we've seen the field forces that the copper has produced. We have seen this data from Atomic Energy, Nuclear Chemistry, Environmental Research of Ghana. Can you send this file to me, please? All of it, when you finish. So we've seen the effectiveness of this. We've seen the work of this. And then we know that the gas has a power which can interact with the water, that in conjunction with gravitational magnetic field of the water, it can create field forces that any sediment, any material which is, we know in Ghana, there are gold in this water. We were told that there are gold mining, there are silver mining, there are platinum mining in these rivers. That's why they were so dirty. It has so much power to clean up the gold, push the atomic energy of the gold below that it can create sediments. Now, what does this mean? It means that the gravitational field forces, you can see the clearance, but CO, the water compared to the control system, how it cleans up. This shows that if you understand, and in the process which is going in the Innovation Center, I wait and I watched when Renan broke into this dimension without him knowing, but to him it was something natural. When I saw Renan saying such a thing, I asked him the second question, explain to me why. And he explained how he has moved away from the GANs to the next step, which is the true space technology in condition of the plasma. Renan, are you on the phone? Bernie, are you on the line? Do we have Bernie in the background? We can bring him online. Do you see him? Hello? Bernie, is Bernie about?
I'm calling him, sir.
Can you ask him to come online, please? Bernie broke the barrier of understanding. And as I always said, when one understands, I share the knowledge. And that's why we brought this forward to the teaching of today. We have moved away from the matter state of the plasma in respect to the creator of its own. What does this mean? It means we do not need to have the gas of CO2 to carry the energy of CO2. We do not need to have the gas of copper oxide to carry the energy of copper oxide. Now that we've seen the water, clearing water from Ghana, we've seen the application of the water on the coils with Verni in the Philippines, and we have seen how the rotation of the material in the Sansano 2 years ago came about. Rick, can you please show the pictures which are sent you in the sequence from the beginning, please? In the past 2 weeks, we went into the next step of plasma technology development. that we can go into the space direction. If you look at the systems which Ali made, at the systems which we had the report from Jackie regarding the food, and what we saw last Thursday with Rick being with Zaizan and the others in Canada, they could tell us we can feel a bumpy feeling, a bumpy sphere. Why the bumpy sphere? Because you did not use the correct mixtures. Stop there, please. We do not use exact mixtures in every reactor, in every coil. That's why it was 1P. And I told you, you adjusted to come to it. But meanwhile, we were testing in the background to be able to show, to confirm the correctness of what is going to be discussed as a plasma space technology from now on. We call it liquid plasma. And liquidplasma.com, liquidplasma.org has been bought in the name of the Keshe Foundation this morning for launch of new space technology. You can go on liquid plasma, which is the water. Look, now we've gone to the next step. We went from the use of the GANs itself to the water of the GANs, which is the next step and the true ultimate phenomenon of the use of the creation of the space technology for move and motion. Here, this test is done. We see the beautiful finger of Mr. Khan in Japan. I asked him to do these tests for me urgent, and it was done very rapidly, within less than 24 hours. This is Keshe Foundation Japan. GANs of copper oxide. We don't touch what did happen in Ghana. We do not touch what happened in the creation of the other things in agriculture and the rest. We went directly for the water of the GANs. This is a contaminated water from lakes and rivers near Tokyo. This is CO2 GANs in a state of water. Can we have the next picture, please? You see the next picture very clearly. We introduced only the water, not the GANs. Can we have a next picture, please? We see the process has started without the GANs of CO2, but with the information of the gravitational magnetic field embedded in the water. So now, for the first time, we show independence of the material in plasma technology, that we can carry the information of the magraph of the entity within another structure in the environment of the application. If we go to planet Zeus and there is not water, but the combination, it could be potassium, now the water of that potassium is your mixture. You have to carry the knowledge forward for the space technology, you understand. So now we added the water, which carries the embedded information into the gravitational plasmatic magnetic field inside the plasma of the oxygen. And can we have the next picture? What we see, the start of the separation of the sediment, and what we see more of, separation at this level here. This level of separation is very important. In the future, I explain to you why. Here we see the condition of indentation shows the vortex flow of the fields internally within the bottle. This is the same as what we saw with the rotation, where the center was empty with nothing in it when we had the coil. But this time it's spherical, it's cylindrical. Can we have the next picture, please? Now we come to seeing, do not need to have the GANs to be able to transfer the energy in a homogeneous manner. Can we have the last picture, please? Now we see the total clear water. We know this water is clear, but an interesting part is that this water still carries the information of the GANs, energy plasmatic gravitational field, because now it has multiplied. It's divided into and in balance with the rest. So for the first time, we understand a new concept in a space technology. in every aspect of the science of the man. Can we have the whiteboard back, please? Thank you very much. So, what happens now? What's the next step? We do not need to carry every copper and zinc and everything else, and as we done with these, to worry about if we got the mixture right or it was wrong. Did I put a copper oxide? Did I put something else? Now what we do, we transfer the energy of the GANs into a water. And when, if you understand this, you make a cup with the water in it, you have the property of every material in homogeneous level. So for the first time, we have managed to produce the liquid plasma. You do not need to have the matter of it. You add a few drops of copper oxide liquid water, you add a few drops of zinc, you add a few drops of GANs of CO2, and you start building the first core independent of the material. This was the promise of Baha'u'llah, mutation of elements, and we fulfill. So now you have the totality of the structure. Totality of now not needing to have the matter, but you carry the property of the matter. Last week, past few days, I asked Armin, because Armin is genius in these things. Armin, I want you to build me a reactor with the GANs water of the elements. And Armin is at it. So we go back to the core condition. Instead of putting the elements of the gases in, that they create physical separation, now we go into the condition of delivering GANs with all the plasmatic gravitational magnetic fields inside it, that the core itself becomes homogeneous liquid plasma. So what happens? Now you have a core that there is no matter state of separation. You have a plasma which now behaves very much the same and near enough to the plasma of the center of the sun. And in interaction of the different strength plasmatic condition leads to creation of homogeneous gravitational magnetic field and prepares man for a space travel into the deep space. Now your reactors, your cores will have homogeneous, and if you can, and if you understood what we explained in respect to the salt, which is the linking direction between the three, and you can create the GANs of the salt, your spaceship is ready for flight. Homogeneous, perfect, no bumps, and uniform. Because now you make a pot of all the gases you want, and this time you don't need to measure. More or less is totally equal in each core. Welcome to the world of space technology. So simple. But we had to wait for 2 years till the knowledge of man matures. This way is very simple. Let me explain to you. We brought things here to be able to explain. What we done? It's okay, that's perfect. No, here, that's enough for me. So if you look in reality, what we done, this is the GANs of CO2. All we done. This is your crystal ball. If you remember, in very first teachings, even in the Sensano, I said to you, now you understand, the best material for space reactors, man will come to understand to be ceramic and crystals. And now you see why. Because when you have a crystal ball and you fill it with a homogeneous GANs of matters, now you will have a perfect dimension of interactions. We saw in the report with our Taiwanese friends over Tuesday that they used a crystal filled in with GANs, and they see the power. The report is not false. It's partially part of the structure. So all you need to do now is to add water to your GANs. You add water of different elements of GANs, and you allow it to settle. And all you need to do is to take a little bit from each and add into the water of your reactor, preferably made of a spherical crystal. Now you will see you have all the energies of the plasma within a structure of a glass crystal, a ball. Then you understand the beginning of the spaceship technology in true sense, because we had to complete the knowledge of man to the end of this matter state. Now we enter into the space technology in its true form. This is not complete yet. We still have one step to go, but you have to understand the first step before we go to the final step. I have two choices: to complete the next step, which is not the very final step, but it's another progress today, or let you go for another few weeks till somebody comes to it and teach you. Now that we come through to the true space technology, we try to teach you today. So what we've done, we have brought the energy of the plasma, which we have shown in the test in Tokyo, we have shown in the test in Australia in agriculture, we have shown in the test in Ghana and in the Sensano that the energy is contained within the liquid. And now you saw specifically in the test which we received and so beautifully was explained by the farmer to us from Australia last week or the week before, how beautiful the energy of a very small amount of GANs went through the waters of 4 tons growing lettuce. You saw how the energy was and is continuous and does not need the GANs itself to be there too. That was your trigger and nobody saw. And I especially asked the question, did it go before or after? And he responded to you back immediately. The water circulates. It goes and feeds tank fish. So what we've done now, what we have achieved is the confirmation of the transfer of the energy in the medium of the water, which is here, and now we are not dependent on any more material. We are not dependent on any of these anymore, because what we've done, we have come through the process. We have changed the matter into the GANs, we have brought the energies of the GANs, and now we only use the energy, not the matter state of the GANs itself. So what we see, all you need to do is literally add a mixture of the water of the GANs into the water of your core, into the water, into the nano elements of your cores, the coils you make. You don't need to carry the CO2 or the GANs with everywhere, and to what we see, it will last thousands of years.
Mr. Keshe, can I ask you a question? Wouldn't the next logical step be, after water, the energy packages or plasma conditions from within the atmosphere package from within a
We will
container.
come to it. We will come to it. Be patient, my child. Be patient. So now, people who made the feeding sections is for you to start a new cycle of tests. They tell me why you go from one thing to another, because we have to teach every steps that we can carry in totality the whole of the human race. Now you have a gans of orange. Now you have a gans of meat. You don't need to put it there. You add its water to the container and see for how long you can eat from it, because it's there and it multiplies. What happens? I made my core. If my gans water is very clean, you should not see any color. When I add it, now I added the plasma of CO2 into the water. You don't see the substance anymore, but you see the effects of it. In so many ways, if you understand why I wrote the paper about the correctness of homeopathy, because the world of science does not understand. In this, we don't carry information, we carry plasmatic. In homeopathy, we carry the vibration of electrons, totally different. But that's why we could explain the correctness of homeopathy. The doctors and the people who oppose homeopathy, they better return the documents as doctors, because they haven't understood the truth about the creation. So now, what is interesting, if I can, without any color, take the water from CO2, which I think is still in there, now I have a CO2, copper oxide. If I add this to it, now I have a mixture of two elements. If I add enough, and I chose especially a crystal cup, that will be your reactor, now you have the essence of a homogeneous, non-matter condition plasma, which if you rotate it or create a centrifuge rotation in respect to its environment, remember the word, in respect to its environment, now you can create a homogeneous base core reactors and the top core and start seeing a homogeneous structure and fast approach to the takeoff of the man in a condition of a spaceship. Those who deny this, they deny their own existence, because the structure of the skin of the man and every organ of the man, being your intestine or your eye, is created out of three layers, interaction of the gas field forces, and how they create their own image. If you look at everything in your body, if you look at every shape and size of every element in your body, we were there, you looked at it. This core with a gas, with water, created the eye, a cavity in between. Look at the kidney, the structure of the kidney, the same process, creating gravitational magnetic field of three layers, creates the field hollows within the structure of the kidney to filter according to the strength of the matter which comes to it. Look at the shape of the heart, how its cavity are created by the structure of the three layers of the skin of the heart muscle. Creation of the cavity in creating a given gravitational magnetic field, the strength as the center, the pink center in that circle, is the essence of the transformation of the elements from one position to another, extraction of one to another. The urine in the blood goes everywhere. It goes from your tip of your toe to the top of your head. But only when it approaches to the gravitational magnetic field of the empty space in the gap of the kidney, because it matches it, it transfers to. That's how you clean the blood. That's how the body of the man even does not carry that much lymph from outside the bone to inside the bone. It carries the magnetic gravitational field, which in part of that process, the fields of phosphorus and calcium is added to it, and in the confinement of the bigger gap in the center of the bone manifests itself as a bone marrow in a gas state. Becomes your DNA, and in the formation, in the energy level, becomes RNA. Now you have built the first reactor without the elements. We know it's there and it works because the same water fed the lettuce, but the gas never flew to the lettuce. It's energy transfer. In the 129, the energy of the gas traveled to the reactors at a high level to bring it back to itself. So now we have a new dimension of the true space technology without dependent on the matter, but on the fields of the matter. In space, you rely on these kind of condition creation to absorb fields from the environment of space that you can feed or create motion and energy. Now, is this the end? The answer is no. Because you are still in the entanglement of the matters of the energy of the plasma in the matter state of the water. What do we do? What's the next step? The next step is well known to the man, but it needs the man of vision to understand the totality. You saw the energy of the gas in the bottle floating within the river of the Thames. We saw the energy of the 129 reactor floating from one reactor to another meters away. What does it mean? It means the gas state is independent of the matter, but it can use matter if it needs for it to be carried to become independent. Now, there is one possibility out of many, and that is very simple, extremely simple. Void the total matter state to the next step. You have a cup with the water in it, with the gas in it. Evaporate and separate the water into the container of a reactor where only energy is delivered. And you carry a total plasma without matter state. So now, for the first time, we come back to what has been told on the paper I wrote, unified field theory of the creation. Now, you take by evaporation in a direction floating the plasma into the containment where you only take is energy in the plasmatic condition mix, and by enforcing it, increasing it, you can travel the spaces of the universe without the matter state. And this is the creation of the universe and unification of creation of the magnetic field and creation of whatever you want to call it. So now, in one stroke, we finished with the matter state, and now we eat. This process I call vapor plasma, because you create a plasma out of vapor and it's used. Vapor.com, vaporplasma.com, vaporplasma.org has been bought by the Keshe Foundation for the launch of the true space technology today. We own the totality. Because is free for the whole humanity to add into this knowledge. For those of you who want to carry on testing with the water, carry on, because we need you to add to the knowledge of the man. And those of you who go to the what I call the vapor plasma condition, which you take the water out of the circulation and you allow the free energy to be delivered, you will have your true plasma with no matter state. But you have to remember, in all these processes, use all your elements to be nano-coated, that the fields transfer through. If you can create a GANS state pipeline that the plasma does not release its energy all to the GANS, but the GANS becomes a carpet of float, like that GANS energy can go on. There are technical details which we come into once the others understand that you can extract the energy now from the glass directly without the web. But that is for the time. What do you understand? And we have to go by this. So now we have entered the true world of plasma technology. We have entered in a non-conditional, a copy of the sun. Every star works on this condition. And what you'll find out, you will start creating matters in the boundary that you can collect. Because the energy of the plasma in time will reduce and it lead to the creation. But now we go to the next step. Now we go to the step which is the biggest nightmare for weapon technologies. Last week we destroyed their imagination of weapons they created to kill. Now I give you a nightmare, bigger than a nightmare than before. As we said, at the moment, aircraft manufacturers, weapon technology manufacturers are in a mayhem of chaos. They are trying to dump as much hardware that they manufactured, which has become useless since last week, into a cache that they would not go bankrupt. Lockheed Martin, your shares worth zero. Weapon technology of what we see with Boeing worth absolutely nothing. Because I will show you why in 1 second. And we invite the governments for the world peace. You saw, and we clearly showed this last week. You see the line, and you see no line. This I showed to be a magnetic solid state matter condition. Now I fill in the GANs of the water and I place in the same position as what we have. Hundreds of thousands, millions of kilometers I control. Now we have gone from matter state to the total plasmatic state. Those of you who want to force peace, start manufacturing. The structure is there with you. Understand by creating the GANs of the material in a homogeneous way and understanding the position of them within the structure. Tonight, every man can sleep in peace that no one can ever kill another man with the threat of nuclear bombs or hydrogen bombs. Because if they do, the power of the energy which is released by the plasma condition will be so enormous that the matter state of the nuclear warheads will explode within their confinement by the energy they absorb. We have made the nuclear weapon as of today, as before, obsolete. It will be very interesting how much more GANs we can put in this cup that we can see the effect of it on the pen. Let's see if it works. It means it doesn't have enough. We finished with weapon technology. Now you understand. We finished with the enforcement of the false hopes to mankind. We destroy you if you don't listen. A few drops of GANs writes off the plasma of the science of the man in space. Now extend the power and you shall see. I promised with knowledge I bring the forces of the evil of killing and the death machine to an end. And today is on the board. Yesterday I spoke with Colonel Hankey of the American Army and I asked for the American Pentagon and military forces to allow the testing. Now you shall see. The testing is complete. We deliver. Very simple. Now you exist. Now you don't. I don't even need to touch. The field is so strong in operation that it will carry anything. You want to enforce it. So what we are asking to you is very simple. Do we need to create weapons of technology to kill each other or bring the new science in a matter condition? Now you don't need to guess what is in that bandage. Now you've seen what is in the glass. Let us come to one understanding. If you manage to create vapor, the strength will be the same as a star. You see existence of an entity, millions of what they call tens of thousands of light years away. Now that knowledge is in the hand of the man. It's you who have to make the mixture in that cup, or as a vapor of the GANs, as a vapor of the plasma, to become itself the entity of itself. We have reached the point of maturity of existence. This has been the promise. The blind shall see. Use the water the way we send you. If you're blind and your intention is to see, you shall see. If you're a blind person, anywhere in the world, I would love you to use the eye drop and let us see, we can make you to see the true eyes of the creation. We have done this twice in the past 10 years, and it shows, yes, it works. The deaf shall hear. Use the new technology which we deliver, and let us see, we can make you to hear what the deafness has been to you. Would we allow, by creating a GANs pad on the vocal cord of a man, to let him to speak for the first time, that the dumb shall speak? And the answer to all is yes. It's for you to try and let us know. We open the panel of understanding for the whole of humanity. To what extent shall we go? To what extent can we allow? To what extent can we bring the forces in interaction into completion of what we promised? Do we need to go into the rivers and throw more gases in to contaminate, trying to clean up? Or we just add the water of the Ganges and the rivers become drinkable, and the fish will live, and what is not to be shall not. Would we be able to create crystal balls across the cities where the energy is absorbed for feeding the man? And the answer is yes. But the bottom line is very simple. As I said, I complete the spaceship program today in one way. We still got a long way to go. But at least step by step in the past few years, we have come to the point that we understand the totality. We come to the point that when you drink a cup of water, you do not know what you're about to receive. But there is one thing for sure, it's not a poison, because you only take from it what you need. If your intention is to travel the spans of the universe, you shall travel, because that's what your wish and what's the energy you create. So in one stroke, we bring a new science of plasma technology where it only can benefit the man and it cannot be abused. Let us see those who reject it. Those are the agents who their financial benefit is about to crumble. Because you got to remember, I was in the factory last Monday and I said to our people, you don't need to produce any more continuously gas. You produce once enough, you just use the water for your coils. You don't need continuously to produce gases. Once enough is there. You put the gases of the meat and the vegetables and what you need. Even you can make antibiotic if you like, and you just need the drop. But, as I said, let us complete the trials that we all have the measure of understanding. Those of you who is hankling and diving and ducking and fighting with a cancer, make a bath of water and add to it the emotion, which is a zinc oxide and copper oxide, and lie in it. And let us see. Or use the lotion. Let us understand it. We have entered a new dimension of life. And from now on, this race becomes responsible for the rest of the work of the humanity from now on. Because we are given a chance to create peace through knowledge, and it's only us which can fail the new generation, and it was done twice in the past. But this time, we are mass teaching. It's not to one priest, one king. Every man is a king, and the knowledge is spread equal. So now we have come to the completion part of the new knowledge. And you see, you can understand this because for past 2 years we have sown the seed of the knowledge. There is no miracle, there is no magic, because you understood step by step the development. You did it, you repeated it, you understood it. Now, if I would have shown you this 2 years ago, it would have been all magic. But now is a natural process of understanding of the totality, which is very, very simple. Very, very simple. It's so simple that it will shake the structure of the humanity beyond. No one can be abused, and no one can abuse no one, because now you can have whatever you like. As I said, just look. You don't see any color, but you create a more powerful system, and it's you who, in fact, you don't need to create a water to add to it. The collection of the waters from the Ganges will create the plasma. And then they sit in their strength.
you create a CH3, you create a CO2, you create a copper oxide, you create a little amount of what you call, let's say, lead, and you're back in the same position. Look what you've done, what you will achieve. I cannot go with this up. Let's use this. If I go across, you see what happens. The same way as the gases divided themselves into the copper, the water, and only plasma, because it hasn't converted into the matter state. In your plasma cup, you will get the same. What's going to happen is very simple. You will get, if this is your plasma cup, you get the plasma of copper. You get the plasma of, let's say, whatever. And then you get the plasma of whatever else was in there, which was made by intention. I go there. And then what happens? The rotation of the interaction before different plasmas creates both gravitational and magnetic field, which you need. So if you look at the cup, in fact, if I can go down, in your cup is what I taught you from the very beginning. Now you have a plasma of the universe within your reach. Because now every layer will sit on its own strength, and being creating its own motion, it creates its own positioning in respect to the environment it is. And this has been the dream of the man, to create motion and energy without energy. It will take centuries for man to understand the knowledge of today, to unravel every piece of it. But as we said, we give the knowledge equally. It's for the man to use it as he understands it. It's no different in there cup of plasma, or in this cup of vapor. Still the same. Because different strength take different position, and in totality they add to the mass of the reactor. So now we enter a very tentative steps. First steps of standing in the world of the true plasma technology. Tentative steps to enter in understanding independence from the matter state into the plasma state of universal community. And there is no better time to bring this, to show that man now has entered the knowledge of understanding the work of the universe, to enter the universal community, than the week, exactly a week before the Bay Conference. Fine-tuned to the day and the time. But we have to let you go, that you understand in totality the process. After next Thursday, now that we have the full knowledge on the plasma technology, the man is ready to receive the Universal Council. Because now you have become truly very elementary students of the universal community, because you have all the technologies and the knowledge to join in that level. So let's see what man does this time around, and how he will use this knowledge to improve the level of the existence for every creature on this planet. And this is why I keep on telling, we call upon the world leaders
to stop the process of killing and start the process of the peace, because now people can enforce it. You increase the amount of the zinc water in this cup and walk around Palestine and walk around Israel and feed the people of Syria and Iraq, they will not know why they were fighting for. To them is a cup of water they drink to satisfy the thirst, but in reality, in essence, is there the cup of peace. Is there by drinking the water, they receive enough energy that it satisfies the hunger of every need of the man, emotionally and physically. And you find out Jews will kiss the Palestinians, and the Palestinians don't know why, because they can't remember they had a cup of water before they do. If you want to understand it, this is the Holy Grail you've been looking for. I chose a crystal cup to fully illustrate the understanding of the price and what it was told the Holy Grail. The water carries every energy to bring peace and tranquility and save man from the hunger. So make your own Holy Grail of peace with the intention of peace and walk the streets of Palestine, and you will understand there shall be no Jews. There shall be no Palestinian, because they all become one. Any questions?
Mr. Keshe, can we just boil the liquid plasma to get the vapor?
One of the options, but you have to know what you're doing. Go back to the teaching. I have shown you the extraction of the gravitational magnetic field without using anything else. Now that you made it homogeneous, it's very easy to extract it. I wonder how many of you will take. We have a lot of supporters in Israel. We have huge amount of support in Palestine. We have a huge support across the world. Make a zinc oxide water and a CO2 and add a touch of CH3 GANS water to it. You bring peace to the man, you connect his soul with his physicality, and you give him enough energy to be strong enough that he will not be abused through his emotion. Then you find a man of peace. Yes. What are you doing?
Mr. Keshe?
We can't hear you. Go to your microphone.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Is that better now? Is that better now?
We cannot hear you.
Hello? I'm regulating the level of my microphone. Is that better now?
Yes.
Fine.
We all.
I had to mute there because that feeds back very strongly into people's big.
I'm using a headphone. I've been using it, and I've lowered the microphone level. Do I need less level?
This is good at the moment.
Fine, good. What if we add this GANS water in a water plant which distributes the purified water. We would be feeding all the people that buy this water.
Most probably.
This would be very good and fast way of complying with the peace for all the people.
This is what we just said. I told you and I repeat it for those who understand. Go to the church this Sunday, and when the priest gives the cup of wine, add it to the wine. Add the mixture into the wine, and let's see if it's the true blood of Christ or is it his intention of peace.
The Catholics will have a problem because they don't drink the wine.
They will do. They have no intention, but they will do. You do not need to drink it to receive it. You will understand in time. The time has come that the false name of God, used by those who wear the robe of God, will walk away because they will not even be able to hold the chalice because to them it's too strong to lie to. It's the same as I said, that the man of war will not remember why they're carrying the guns. It'll be the same with man of rope. They do not be able to tell lies. So they will not be able to hold the chalice to deliver what is the truth. You will find the soldiers and the priests both walk away from the wrong path.
We should give all the judges this solution also.
Oh, I think it's good to start with ourselves and then judge the others. Next question.
Much love, Mr. Keshe. This is Luigino. Can you hear me?
Hi, Gino. You still in Italy?
Yeah, I'm here till the 13th at my children's grandmother's house, spending some time with her. Her husband died recently, before I head back. What you revealed today is pretty amazing. I wrote an article about in 2010. I'm going to email it to you, which is totally relevant to what you're talking about today. And I say everybody start making peace bombs, little jars with what you've taught today, and throw them in all the rivers, lakes, and oceans, and just spread it everywhere. It'll change very, very quickly. I know the power of what you're talking about. We were using 432 hertz to actually send any frequency, anything to anybody around the world into their water, because 432 was a carrier wave we found. And this, with the GAN's energy, it's so much more power. We can't even measure it. But this is incredible, and it's amazing that I'm able to be a part of this and bring humanity to peace finally. And I thank you. I don't know how much there's no words to thank you, Mr. Keshe. This is truly amazing, and I hope you're going to stick around for a long time to keep teaching us.
A long way to go yet.
I can see that. Thank you.
Any other?
Yeah, this is John again. Have you ever looked into Ayhan super ionized water, which has very similar
I'm gonna stop you there because you are in a matter state. You can float in that condition. We finished with the matter state.
I understand. Thank you.
Any other question?
There's a question on the live stream, Mr. Keshe, from Thomas. He says, as this technology may satisfy or feed the emotion, would you say that this will also give humanity an opportunity to look inwards to the nature of ourselves, to perhaps change that nature?
That's the whole purpose. We don't behave like communists that everybody will take equal and it has to be, and underneath to be different. We allow the man to be equal, to respect the others, that there is no division across the man. And that's the end of the wars. But you got to understand this knowledge has to be carried on to the next step in a space. The contentment and peace is the beginning of the opening of the doors of peace in the world. Because if you understand this, as we said from the beginning, then you carry this ethos into a space. And now that we become truly the man of a space from today, we have to understand this is the level of understanding. If you remember a few weeks ago, a few months ago, when we introduced technology about last August, how you will create the plasma of the structure of the spaceship, I said to you, those up with the wrong intention, they themselves will not board the craft, because it's very much like the water and the mud in it, as we saw, and the space plasma is the water of the truth. The man will walk away. That sediment in the container will sink, will not become part of it. The man of wrongdoing will never enter the space, because the craft is built to be a peaceful, and the intention within is heard. I teach you something very strange, but in time, the people who go to space will report this, and then you understand. Because the structure of the space technology is peaceful, and the energies which is absorbed as at the level of, doesn't matter what entity you are, those men who initially enter space to be equal and the rest, and then if they walk the path of the presidents and the kings and they change once they become to power, or they reach space that they become the want to become the rulers, they will find out the only solution for them, which will be chosen by the system, is the demise of them from the space they're in. Does not mean death, but it means rejection from the space of the environment which the reactors operate, which means there shall be never conflict and division in the space, but understanding of adding further to the knowledge. So those are people who they think they'll become part of, they will understand they are out of once they change their behavior. Those of you who come to understand, to be the part of the humanity for the progress of understanding of the creation, will understand one simple thing, and that is, there is only one way and one choice. There is only one way and one direction, and that is to unify the man, irrespective of his color, race, religion, or position on this planet. And we have achieved it. And in the coming time, the progress will be so fast that no one will know. But for the first time, the man in South America, the Russians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Australians, the Iranians, the Arabs, the Africans, and the Europeans are all doing it together. Just take your vote amongst yourself who are on this board today, let's declare which part of the world you come from. You cover the whole of humanity, race, religion, color, and the rest. So, as I said, we have already become one. And very interesting will be how many of you be truthful enough to drink from the what I call the Holy Grail. I do. Because my intention is peace. And the intention is the solidity of man to bring peace amongst each other. And this is our intention. And we will carry our intention because it's correct. Let us see how many of us will challenge the peace. Be it the president, be it a farmer, be it a man on the street. With this technology, we will have no more beggars and poor, because they'll all be rich in their soul and full in their stomach. Let us see. Any question?
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
hello, it's Jackie from Switzerland.
Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. I just want to give you some data on what you speak, because I do it for 2 weeks that you are saying, and it's just opened a totally new space in my life. And I will to try with 2 person who doesn't know anything with this technology. They come in my room, they sit in front of the glass, and it was instantaneous. They connect with themselves, they see the mirror, and they say all the life and all their soul. And this is the connection. It's no time, it's just instantaneously. And it's just beautiful to see the peace in these people, and they just look at the life in a totally different way. And yeah, it's become so clear, like a crystal. The glass you have, it's yourself. And the people who doesn't know anything, but right now it's yeah, this is no delay. It's instantaneously communication with the soul, and this is beautiful. And I have a beautiful setup. Working for 1 week, I have a big lake, 30 kilometers, and I put on the lake, and the atmosphere of of all the region is totally different. It's just beautiful to see. So it just to, yeah.
The thing is, once you start understanding the work, would we call this the chalice of love? Would we go to the rivers and just pour on top of the rivers, on the riverheads, and let it run, and let every man who drinks from the waters and every animal becomes in peace?
Yeah, it's what I see.
This is what we said before and what we carry on doing. This is what we are at part of the process of the change. This is the part where we have to bring peace, to be peaceful with ourselves. And the interaction is not what we said before. You experimented it, tested it slowly by slowly. If you remember at the beginning, was drinking of the orange when the orange was on the top and never touched the plasma. A lot of you should have received the knowledge by then, but it carried on. Now became the feeding with what I call Ali, and then with you, and now we come to the. It's not an ultimate, but it's just another step in understanding of the totality. In the coming weeks, we will go in a further direction of the development of the tools of the space technology for deep travel. Because now we have to understand how to manipulate different field forces to be able to create a condition that it allows you to create what you need. We came from the matter state and we come to the plasma. Now, by control of the plasma, we can create any matters in the universe. The whole structure is the process of building and building and building. I want to tell you something very, very strange. This is the day of fulfillment. Today is the 14th of April, 2016. And today was promised on the book of the past. So we complete the promise of all the holy books today. It's for the man to understand the new cycle of life.
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
this is John again. What if we add some of this water at the waterworks where they filter the water for the city?
You can add whatever you like. It's your imagination.
We could also add it where they process the dirty waters from the...
Leave your imagination, whatever you like to do. The most important thing will be if a number of you make these bottles of water and give it to the rulers of the world. A lot of you carried the peace message to the White House, and we saw the return of the answer by President Obama. And you saw my reflection. Walk into the palaces and give these cups to the kings to drink, and see which one of them will drink sincerely, because they know by drinking it, the term of the justice and peace, the term to be the kings, have come to an end, because they know of their own injustices. Give these waters to the world presidents and the rulers, and see how many of them will drink it and how many of them reject drinking it, because they know with it the term will come to an end. We wrote the world map, the peace map. Now have the peace cup. Let's see if any of them will dare to drink.
If this is given to them unconsciously, this
We
should
can't
work.
hear you.
If this were given to them unconsciously, if they don't know they were taking.
No, you have, can you stop your microphone, please? You have to give it to them with a full consciousness. We are not thieves of the night. We are there to bring the correct conduct. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
if we use this water,
Let me ask you a question. Is your reactor running? You're the first one who...
I prepared everything. I left it. You know, I'm in Arizona. I'm gonna return Friday, and Friday night I'll give you a call and show you everything. I just left it as is, and I went.
I told Arman how to build this reactor on Sunday. So he's been at it. He went and bought the motors and everything else. Come on, Arman, carry on.
What I want to ask, if you use this water for nano coating your coils, In the nano coating processes, you carried the same, correct?
Can you wait? Bernie, you're there?
Mr. Cash, Bernie is still in the dentist.
He's in dentist, he can't open. Okay, you are the head of the innovation center. Give us the answer. You can answer Arman because Arman is not aware of your development.
Okay, sir. So if using the water of GANs, if we try to nano coat other the copper wires, I believe what will happen to this is the signature or the information of that salt water, which is already part of the original solution and gathering GANs, which would be used in the caustic, will have the information of that certain GANs that you have already used. So that will be through Arman.
Yes, that's what I know.
The,
That's what I'm
yes, this has been used in past 2-3 weeks by Verne in coating the coils, and we've seen a significant difference in the performance. So that's why I asked, because Verne is handling or is responsible for the research on this side. It's already been used, and we already transferred the production in the factory to that level. Don't forget, we already use, if you see the coils you receive from the Keshe power cell, these already carry partially water energized for past few months. It's not something new. We don't GANs coat, we dip in the water of GANs. So it's now we make it public knowledge, but it's been used totally as a water by Verne on a few of the coils it's made as a coating for the coil. This is why I explained to you when somebody asked me, you told us not to touch the coil. These coils have the coating of the water, so it's equal. You don't need to GANs coat it with the matter. You GANs coat it with the water, which is part of your own. Now I can tell you what it is. When you nano coat and then you coat with the GANs of the water, is transferring the energy when you hold it in your hand, they're equal to the body of the man, mathematic conditions. So it's very much like your digestion system. No food crosses intestine. Energy of the wood crosses the nano layers and gas layers of the body of the man. You see the knowledge and the technology. Somebody's got to close their microphone. The knowledge is coming all together. All the dots now are linking together. The space technology.
Mr. Cash,
Yes.
I would just like to add, Renan. Yeah, it's also in the application that we always use the water of GANs in the patches. Right now, also in the medical side, we have already produced about 6,000 patches, but still only using GANs, and we have used the patches in different ways in our outreach, and still has the function to relieve the pain. So basically, as you have said, that just yes, sir.
Can you repeat, because we heard you in pieces? Can
Oh,
you
sorry,
repeat?
sir.
Can you repeat?
Okay. I would like to confirm with the use of the water in the GANs, water of GANs of CO2 and zinc oxide, which was utilized for, we have produced 6,000 plastic water patches already, and we have distributed it everywhere in the outreach programs here, and all of them have the same function of the original. So as you have said, we will just produce once with the GANs, and we'll just replicate it through the water. So we don't need to have massive production of GANs anymore, just to duplicate it with the water. That's all, sir.
So, thank you very much. What Brennan is telling you is these are patches which are produced by Philippine Keshe Foundation, by Brennan Group. And what they've done, because I have it here, they have sent me a sample of it. What they've done in these patches, they don't put the gas of CO2, but they put the water of the gas of CO2 for some time. And they see the same effect and results as the CO2. So once you produce the material, it stays in the condition of the plasmatic structure of the water. And in a way, as we said, this is a confirmation that the water in the cup will carry the energy of the plasmatic condition of the gas, of the matter which was given to it. You have to realize, as part of the understanding, in a way, if it's been, we have to add, at least you understand, the theory or the principle behind it. In this process, if you remember what we speak about the gas, if this is the gas of the water, the gas of oxide of copper, for example, is there. The gas of the oxide of another element is there. The gas of the oxide of another element is there. So what the atomic structure of the water in the gas state creates is a magnet for everything to hang on to. And if you want to understand it easier, have a look at what we said. Oxide. Center is the oxygen. Once you establish a connection with this, now the carbon connects with this. Now you have a free energy to deliver. But all due to gravitational magnetical field strength of the oxygen attached to it. Understand the science behind it, then you don't have to believe it or to accept it. Because now you have water as a central energy point, you have the hydrogen link which has kept as part of its structure to it. And then you add the carbon into it, which brings it in. So you see in the structure of the Earth, your common denominator as oxygen, with all these attachments, the water become magnetical. You have this, which itself is connected to the hydrogen structure as a gas. You have this too. So you connect in the line of communication of the neurosystem, in the amino acid, you connect in line of the energy. And that's why it's so powerful.
Is the effect of nitrogen also generated in the water?
Pardon?
Is nitrogen gas also
Yes.
created in the water?
We explained this in the yesterday's private teachings, yes. Because as I explained, you have the copper and you have the hydrogen and you have the nitrogen properties. If you're referring to the teaching of the yesterday, maybe as graduates, you can add. This is your amino acid, and you have then you understand one of the coppers in any shape or form will behave in giving and taking as a nitrogen behavior of the amino acid. It's in the teaching of the yesterday in the private section. So the oxygen in gravitational magnetic field, you have different combination of this. You have CH3, which plays another way. You have different combinations. So it's not one way that the nitrogen link is created. In any combination, you can read to release of the hydrogen, and with the vibration or proximity of the what I call hydrogen atom, you make it to behave as a water or you make it to behave as a nitrogen. That release of energy allows the release of energy from the hydrogen of the amino acid, which needs for collectively keeping the amino acid together. Any other question? Now, yes.
Mr. Keshe, this is Klaus from Austria. Concerning the health unit project, when we use our crystals where we drilled holes in it and fill it with the right GANS water mix, we could then pinpoint directly on the pain or organ of the unit of the human body in combination with the health unit, which only acts as a plasma waterfall. Is this right?
You have to understand, we are talking about the water and the plasma. We're not talking about anymore the actual content of CH3 or CO2. But the potency is the same.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Those of you who go into making these new water units, or what I call liquid plasma and a vapor plasma, you will have a field day in understanding of the new science. You will become the frontier scientist in the plasma technology, where the water carries the information. In so many ways, initially we have seen this process in advanced cool gas reactors in British system. I studied these some 40 years ago, plus 40 years ago, 35 years ago, when I was with British Nuclear Fuel, working in what I call a cowshed. How the property of the gas-cooled reactors operation was changing, and the scientists in UK Atomic Energy Authorities could not understand the behavior of the carbon and what we were using as gas-cooled reactors. We use graphite, and the graphite in certain conditions behaves this way. The carbon pushes the structure to behave as a GANS. The property of the carbon as a GANS was very clear to me in early 80s. But in understanding the total forces of it, it takes a long time. So it's not something that we didn't know. It's not something that we do not understand. We understand fully the process, but we could not see the actual process behind it. This is why I use in the medical systems the liquid glue, which was very easy. It was a reconfirmation of the use of the material in the gas-cooled reactors in the British system. Because these glues, hot glues, are CH bound, and they behave very much like GANS glue in the space of the nuclear reactors. So you understand that knowledge is something just happened. The knowledge had to be transferred in a way that you could understand. The property of the GANS condition of carbon and water was very apparent in early times in British system, cooling system. And secondly, when we looked at the PWRs, pressure water reactors in American system, which the 3 Mile Island was part of it, is just reconfirmed the whole thing back again, that there is a structure of a plasma, but the scientists don't understand. Because at that kind of heat, you continuously don't create a matter state. In those conditions, you create a plasma state of the element. And then in cooling, it becomes this matter state. Now, for you, it's important to understand how to change the matter of the plasma into the matter of tangibility. This is your next step. Now we're going to the top. Now we have to come down the hill to be able to go up and down both ways,
to go from the matter to a plasma condition, and then from plasma condition to the matter state. This is what that will be the next step. And to do that is very simple. Going from the nanomaterial, going from the matter molecular structure into the gas state was easy. Now you have to understand how you create matter out of plasma. Creating matter out of plasma is much easier if you understand the concept and the principle. What happens? How do we do it? You had the matter, you created the gases. Now, from the gases, now we produced the plasma. How do we go down the ladder? Very easy. You create enough plasmas that the interaction of the field amongst them or in their plasma, it leads to creation of the friction of the field forces within the structure, that it leads by friction to the weaker element of what you call the matter state. You separated the plasmas. Now, in a space, you have to create a condition of interaction with the field of the plasmas that the friction leads to a slowing down or reducing in the strength of the plasma that is in the matter state. Does not matter what state you are in. Not necessarily on Earth state of matter, you could be on a higher order. This is what happens with the planet Earth. The gravitational magnetic field of the sun in the interaction with the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth in rubbing against each other creates such a weak structure out of the friction that is what we call the nitrogen or the oxygen. So the interaction of these fields in the case of the Earth between the sun and the Earth leads to matter state, which comes across it. That's a residue. So creating a matter out of plasma is much easier than creating a plasma the other way around, that you have to go through the process. You use the plasma, the interaction of them, you create a condition of friction that it leads and allows you to create the what you call the matter state. I have brought you something very interesting to look at. I call these, it's been made by mistake, but in a way it's what we wanted it and we did not complete its course. It's called Keshe Foundation beacons. Would we be able to fill in these containers as they are? And literally all you need to do is fill them with the water of the peace and let these beacons stay around this planet. That in the time to come, all we need to do is literally leave beacon of peace across the world. Fill it with CO2 and zinc oxide. And then what you have? A beacon which continuously releases fields which is in tune with the body of man. This is what you see. Fabio, would you like to concentrate? I just would like to bring the camera. All you need to do is just leave beacons on the planet. We just all they rotate. And all you've done to it is a gas. Would it be like what we do with the temples? We go and feed them, or we put somebody to fill it up with the water every few centuries. So in a way it says KFSSI, if you can see it. So have we produced the beacon of peace? Or are we going to start doing this in the structure of the humanity to change the course? Where whatever you need, you look into the temple of the man. Is this
the future of the humanity, where most probably, maybe that's why people made the pyramids. This is where they got their energy from. The
Can we
pyramids,
download the blueprint, the 3D printer blueprint somewhere from the of that pyramid?
we have it, we have everything of it. It carries the Keshe Foundation, we have all of it. We have a number of them.
Can we download the blueprint somewhere so that we can print
We,
with our
we own all of it. Yes, it will be done in the coming time.
nice.
Thank you very much. So, in reality, what are we looking for? And the way we are looking for to create a condition is in our hand. We can enforce it and we can push, but we have to understand that in none of the processes we work, we allow a gap in the knowledge, a gap in the understanding that the others who might go in the direction of interest for themselves to abuse it, to control it. In the coming time, if you understood a very simple word I used here, if those of you understand communication, and this I've said many times, where have we lost it? Or have we changed? We go this way. If you understood what I explained here, that the carbon is the line of communication, you will find out if you get the right GANs combination, you create the most efficient line of communication that the present communication world is obsolete. The present world of interaction, even in the computers, is too slow. You have to look in the structure of the GANs in carbon, which is gets energy from the hydrogen to stay active, to become the line of communication for good. So you can communicate directly with any part of the universe. Don't forget, one of the properties, and it stays more of a thing, near enough, but not all the time, carbon stays in a gas state in atomic, molecular, and in a plasmatic state more or less the same as the gas of itself in a crystal condition. This is why the carbon is the line of communication between the cells in the human body, in the amino acids of body of the man. Because carbon is one of the few elements in the universe which in all states behave. You call it graphite, you call it graphene, and you call it carbon and the rest. So in the new world of communication, look into the carbon that you understand is operation, that you use it for instantaneous zero-time communication. Because you have to understand how it connects itself even in the amino acid body of the man. As I said, there is a lot to teach in different aspects of the knowledge and science of the space. It's not just that you just manage to create a dome to look like a new home, but you have to understand how you heat the home, how this home now, which is not matter state, but is connected to the emotion and is connected to the rotation of the plasma, cannot be diluted or affected by the others who use near enough the same technology in the space of the universe. There is an element which is agreed and is used by all the creatures of the space, that this element allows no element to bypass or surpass, that every entity stays and keeps its entity as it is. That is why most of the spaceships, as you observe, all look the same in color. This is the common denominator, agreed material plasmatic gravitational field, which has the appearance of the silverish color in most of the cases, near to green, yellow, gray dust color, that allows you to keep your, what I call, confinement of the space, as we call it, spaceship, but will not be intruded or be bypassed or can be overcome by another plasmatic magnetic field, and is proven to be working across the universe quite well. So now we have to learn about the plasmatic condition which creates the space tangibility of the any entity which you like to make. At this moment of time, on the atmospheric condition of the planet, what you have is good enough, till we add to the knowledge in the coming time, where you will learn how to produce material which is not the matter, but is the gas of the plasma, which leads to and creates a physical tangibility which can be and can hold the condition anywhere in the space. Any question?
Mr. Keshe, my name
Yes.
is Lucas from Vienna, Austria. I have a question. A couple of weeks ago, you were mentioning about the new world banking system or financial system. And you said you would release some information how this is gonna be. I was personally involved last summer in the creation of a new system because otherwise it would have been collapsed by the end of September, what they told me. This didn't do, but maybe you can give some ideas what's going on there in the future.
When we get to it, we'll let you know. But understand one thing. Understand one thing. There are no banks as there are no churches in the universe. So there is no currency. The only currency is what you give as the essence of giving, in the true essence of plasmatic and gravitational, that you take what you need. I have not seen any, what you call it, yellow notes or green notes or other notes in the universe, and there are no ATM machines anywhere you can go and cash some love.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I tell you something very interesting. At the moment, there is a big dilemma between the governments around the world how to deal with Keshe Foundation. What are we going to do with it? And this dilemma is not that we say it is as it is, because even the establishment of the Keshe Foundations in different countries has become a dilemma in how these people will affect the total industry and the economy of the culture of the nations. In the next 6 months, next 12 months, as the manufacturing increases and now becomes much and much more simpler, we will see that the whole structure of the economy will change. It changes because of not needing it. It's not changed because we have to change it. It's a big difference. It's a huge difference. In a way, this is what I was telling Caroline when we were coming in this morning. The human race at this moment is running around 24 hours a day to pay for what he committed himself to serve the others by them having a life without him. You run around whole day to pay the electricity bill, to keep a man as a director of the electricity board. You run around to create water, to keep a man as head of water board. And then they punish you for what is naturally free. And then you spend all your time to feed a man who runs a supermarket, who is to be fed because now he controls all your food. And then if you look at it, he himself has 10,000 products on the shelf, and there are 10,000 more bosses of the same thing that he's become the boss of. So we have conditioned ourselves to the chain of burden of our own demand. With this technology, you don't need one. You don't need to, but you become part of because you want to. It's a big difference. You become part because you want to be the part of, not because you have to pay, otherwise you won't have it. How many of you run around like crazy to pay your water bill that you can drink what is natural? Now with this technology, you have the water. They can disconnect whatever they like, because next time I show you how to clean your clothes with this plasma technology. There is no need for a washing machine. Understand that the dirt on the clothes is a matter state and it has a gravitational magnetic field. Now that you know how to create a full spectrum, would you like to be a ketchup, or would you like a tomato juice, or would you like to be a meat or a blood? So, Mr. Boss of whatever detergent company has no job, because now you can do it at home. And the beauty of it is it's all the same material. You don't need to have hundreds of different things. It's just understanding how to manipulate the strength of the plasma, and then you have what you want to get. In a few years' time, the little boy in the first year will be as wise as the old man in any fields of the need of his daily demand that no one can abuse. We have just started the journey of peace, and it's fantastic to see how we will end up in one place in a very rapid way. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I'm Angelo from Romania, and regarding the water, the energized water of the GANs.
We don't call it energized water. This is called a plasma water. It's liquid plasma.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
I make some trials with this water on me, first of all, and on a friend of me. He has a stomach problem, a duodenal ulceration. I don't know if this is the correct word, but it's a hole in his stomach, in his duoden. And he was to the medical unit a week ago because he was very ill. He has very, very big pains in the stomach and everything else what is with this disease. And the third one experiment is on the cat of my parents. She has some tumors, and she was in surgery last year's December, and the tumors was take it out, and also her genital organs was taken out. So in this order, I drink this water about 7 to 10 days. 10 days. The water of the GANs of CO2 and zinc, and combined it with the water from the GANs I made from several healing plants, and I drink it normally. I put about 100 milliliters of this water in the jar of 2 liters, and I drink this water. all the time, and I feel very well. I feel very energized, and I have interesting view of myself, understanding of myself, and understanding of other people's. So it's very positive, and I feel very good. Also, my friend, I gave him 20 to 30 milliliters of this, and I learned him, I teach him to put these GANs in a glass of water of 2 liters, and to drink this water, to collect this water from the top and drink only this water. He has a very good improvement in his illness. About 2 days from drinking this water, he has no pains in the stomach at all, and he got back to the work, so he is very good. This is in 7 days, just 7 days. He is overwhelmed from what good he feels. Interesting will be when he goes to the doctor to get the normal control after, I don't know, some weeks, to see in which stages is ulceration. And the third one is with the cat. I gave the cat this GANS water, but only GANs of CO2 and zinc oxide to drink. She is drinking just this water, and I made her a patch with GANS water also from CO2 and zinc. And this patch is put in the place where she sleeps. So she sleeps on this patch practically. And the interesting thing is, this is about 10 days. The tumors are, after the surgery, I noticed a month ago that he has a new set of tumors. And these tumors are smaller in size now, but the very interesting thing is that she is now again in the, I don't know the English word, this period, this heat period. I mean, she, about 5 days ago, she makes these strange sounds, she has this strange behavior. This is normally by animals from time to time, but it's not normal by animals who have no reproductory organs. And I said this to his medic, to his yes, to his medic, and he said this not normal because you don't have genital organs, so normally she has not this hormonic secretion at all. He cannot explain this behavior. I think it's because of the GANs.
We
But
have, let me add to you, just
yes,
we have seen this in before, we have reported this past 10 years. The condition of the GANs when it's touched with the emotion, we told a lot, I've said in a lot of teachings that I've said to the grandmothers who came to us that be careful, don't become mothers. This is normal because you satisfy the guarantee, the survival, that there is no danger and you can extend the life. So the life goes in reproduction. That is very normal. So you're just confirming it even applies in the animal world, not just on the human world, which is very nice. You've seen this for 10 years plus in the cases we have handled, especially with women. And the man become too active. We talked about the guy who wanted to die, now he's got 7 girlfriends. So we understand this. But it's interesting to see which applies to the animal world as well. Carry on.
yes, I understand this. But the interesting thing is that she is not the cat is not in the menopause stage. She is in the stage she don't have any genital organs. And
Yeah, but the emotion is the same. The physical part is taken away, but not the emotion.
yes, this was always also my explanation. But I cannot talk this with, with his doctor or with my parents. But I understand this.
I've given a talk, it's recorded somewhere if you go back to it, in the confirmation of the virgin birth. It's absolutely possible.
I
But
understand.
if you understand the creation of the gravitational magnetic field within the emotion of the body, and you understand that you can create the fields of the intention, virgin birth is 100% possibility and the Christ was. And it does not matter what the others speak of. In the virgin birth, if the desire to be and the wish to create is there, you create the spectrum of the fields. The way you wish and you desire to have an orange, you receive the orange juice, or you wanted the steak, you had the steak. Now you understand as the way you can create a tumor in your body, you can create a structure that is balanced, creates life within you. And in a space, there are numerous races which do this. So in what you're trying to explain and what I can explain, and I've given a couple of lectures on the virgin birth, that is now that we have added to the knowledge and we extended it to the knowledge, we now understand the emotion is the creation of the physicality. You do not need another creature to be for you if your intention is to guarantee your survival. In the yesterday's teaching is in the last lecture of the one-year course, I explained this in a very, very soft way. The students of the course can tell you very easily. What about if you're the last man standing? It means you're the last man in the space, and you come to the point that you have to divide or you have to die. In a way, you become the fundamental plasma. Would you wait till you die, or being in charge of your emotions, you decide to lead to the creation of another, that you create yourself a companion? Is this the true story about the Adam and Eve? That are the desire to have, to be, to confirm your existence, and at the point of the physical demise, you allow the soul to lead to the creation of what you call a partner, or a split of the 1 to 2 that you have a partner. But you have to understand that's what we call the fundamental plasma, which changes from a neutron to electron and a proton. But in fact, if you look, the proton, even though in the size, as I explained yesterday in the teaching, is equal in total mass to of an electron itself, because if it was not, they could not keep the distance and the position. So even though one is more energetic, holds more energy, the other one, which holds equal energy, creates the size, and the other one creates the motion. That the interaction between the two leads to the creation of the dual. Is an atom a family, a fundamental structure, a man and a woman? How we, because of our lack of understanding, came up with the theory of Adam and Eve, where in fact is the creator of the split of the soul, where we know the soul can lead due to higher order strength to creation of the physicality. So in fact, virgin, what we call virgin birth, the name of Christ, blessed his name, is a reality. It is not a myth, but it's the desire of the intention of the Creator, which is the Mother of the Holy.
Thank you. Just one question. Have I leave this patch on the cat or not?
You leave it, they go to it if they need it. You'll
Yes.
find out the animals, if they don't need something, they throw it out of their nest. That's their habit. If they need it, they go to it.
Exactly. It is the nest.
Your friend, yeah, the same with your friend. If you go back to the beginning of the teaching today when we launched the supplements, I said we want to know people with the ulcer. It's not a whole. This is, there are two ways of you could have an ulcer. One is could be due to the name which I can never pronounce. It's a bacteria which has been discovered by the Russians for a stomach. You can take a tablet and wear it, or it comes by the physical damage or the structural changes within the stomach. When you take a GANS, you bring balance into it. That's why the pain goes. But it's in long term. You should not be using this more than 12 days.
maximum as a given strength, because the body will repair itself within 14. So you can drink the GANs as energy, whatever, but as a process of reversing, this is what we said. We need to create a measurement. This is not that we launch this new product just to do it. It's just to bring a measurement that we can tell people how much to use. Every single one of you have a disease. Any listener, just go on the Keshe Foundation and fill in this form and let us bring a structure in the use for different diseases. We know this material works for ulcer. There is no doubt about it. But the beauty of it works for pancreas cancer too, as much as the liver. But we need to establish a boundary, and this is the first time. 30,000 numbers is not enough, but it gives us a broad spectrum. Hopefully, with the help of Iranian and atomic energy authorities in Iran, with the help of the Ghanaian atomic energy authorities in Ghana, and with the help of which hopefully we come to an agreement with the Chinese government scientists to scientifically collect the data we have and give us an answer. As I said, I respect and thank the Office of His Excellency Ayatollah Rouhani in clearing the direction for this research to head directly with the Iranian nuclear physicists and atomic physicists and a structure to allow us to go further. It's the same, I thank the authorities in Ghana that facilitate such a development. And my admiration for the Chinese government is beyond explanation, because they have done enough to bring the change. Now we have to put a structure that we can all benefit by it.
So I stopped my friend after 12 days and we'll wait
Yes,
for the medical results.
Yeah, ask him to be tested. If the results looks better, usually with the plasma, you need 14 days of evolution to the physicality of the plasma of the cancer state. I've explained this. The reason for 14 days is due to the balance within the structure of the plasma. Because you have to understand, you are not only changing the physical structure of the change in the stomach. If it's a bacteria, yes, but in a way, it has emotional settlement. It's the same as the machine we showed. The field forces are blocked. So you have to understand it's not just processing the physicality, you have to process the emotions.
Okay, I understand. And I drink also this water about 10 days ago.
No,
Should
you
we
can
stop
drink.
it?
You can drink the water as much as you like, but you have to understand the intention of the use counts. You drink the water to receive the energy which you might need, but the intention of your friend is to reverse this, or what you call it, the process in the stomach. It's the same water, but it's the intention and the need which brings what you need from it.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is one of the reasons for past few months, a lot of people asked me about the cup of life, and I kept on explaining it, but kept away from it in promoting it, because I knew the time will come that will deliver this cup. Does not need the containment, but the next step from here is how you can bring the energies to it without actually any material. This is what you need in space. So we still got a step to go. We brought the plasmatic condition into the water, and we brought the separation of the water in the plasma that we can collect this energy. And if in reality you look, maybe for the first time you understand there is no difference between this process and what we showed in the Coca-Cola cup. In the Coca-Cola cup 7, 8 years ago, we have shown the same thing, but man never understood.
Mr. Keshe, there's a question from Anuj in the Q&A. He is suffering from muscular dystrophy, which is a degenerative disorder, and he would like to know if plasma can help him to regenerate his muscle tissue.
I would love to tell you, go in there and sign in and let us, and we need a large number of you to do this. We have a large number of people with this problem. Maybe the supplements can do some work, but we need to do it. You got to realize that we have to don't make claims, but let you give us the data that collectively we use it without claiming it. So maybe yes, possibly yes, but we have to understand what was the origin of the problem. You see, a lot of people don't understand, but a lot of people understand, but it's for them, it's better to deny it because then they don't have to live with it. I explain this in a very simple way. Oop, I'm running out of energy. I have to find it that I can read it to you and then you understand exactly what it means. Just give me 1 second. This is a communication. I'm sure he's listening because he has been on that track of mine for a long time. If I can find him, you just have to wait with. I have to find him here. Because what I teach you is not something just to be, it's something which I work and run the whole structure of the work of the health side. If I find him, need time. I cannot find him. I don't know where he is. If I find his the communication I've written to him, I will read it to you, and then you understand that how the reality stands in respect to our work and understanding of the movement and the motion of what you call the system. We
Displayed.
pardon?
Are you writing something?
No, I'm trying to find a communication which answers your question. It's just that I have to find this name when I see it. Okay, ask me any other question or you want to explain. When I find it, I'll read it to you. Any other question? Hello?
Mr. There's Heather Bryant might have some questions for you.
Oh, she's there again?
She's here and she was interested in the GAN's information today. Heather, do you want to make
Unless she doesn't show what she wants to sell. That's one thing. You got the information to teach us. You're quite welcome.
Kesh, this is Heather. First off, I'm not trying to sell any of this. I have another job and I really like it. And
I know.
do that the rest of my life. So,
I know you're
just interested.
Yes, I understand. Carry on.
Just quickly, I'm really excited that it seems like the Earth's collective mind is at the place where we are bringing this information and opportunities for you. You are such a master in how you're grounding it and bringing it in. And like many of us on here, I see you, I feel you. It's there's a recognition and a resonance. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. We're here to serve, as we said. If we can change the life of one man for better, as I always say, we have served our purpose of being here. So hopefully we can help more people than we can.
Okay. Well, the things that I was bringing up at the end of the last conversation were just the research packs I was going to send off to my friends that are, pretty multidimensionally aware. They see and feel energies, and they can really tap into whatever, like a plasma field or a consciousness level. And I wanted to see if there were any questions beyond what I had put down on my questionnaire for them that might be useful feedback for the group and for what we're doing as far as the patches, the health patches.
You see, the health patches we see a lot of people produce. You have to understand you produce the patches. But what's the intention of the receiver? Does he need, or are you trying to force a position which at the end of it, it will not work? Because that's why a lot of people will say, oh, this worked and it doesn't work, it's all this and that. Because their intention is not to receive, doesn't matter what you give them. And this is the problem. The intention to receive is 90% of what you do. 10% is making the patch.
Yes.
So
Agreed.
you give everything to everyone the same, and one says it doesn't work, and the other one says no, it's a problem with it. It's because the intention was not at the beginning to receive. Because if they confirm they want to receive it, it means they cannot satisfy their what I call their existence. So it doesn't work. And as I said, beautifully put by Alex. Everybody says it works, and some say no. I said you have to look at what there was expectation, or in a way what they don't need to receive, because then they don't confirm their existence.
Oh yes, there's a whole other side to this. This is just a very small part of it and an opening for people to maybe get past a few of the symptoms of their disease and then also see where their consciousness and emotion is allowing that disease to exist and process that.
You are a medical woman. You understand it in a better way than a lot of other ways.
Medical, and then I also jumped the other side of the fence not too long ago too. So as far as consciousness is concerned, biggest part of it is the consciousness side.
Yeah, because you have to accept, and if you consciously accept, it means you are ready for the change. And if I change, will I still get the same? And a lot of people are not prepared to do that, because the change means you have to make certain movement. And am I prepared to make that change? Because then I don't become a sucker I wanted to be.
Right. Well, I see an opportunity though, because if we bring what I consider a multidimensional field of the plasma in the form of the patch, right? Bring it in contact with a human body that's in a state of disease, then that part of the human that resonates with that field, that balanced, also call it like a Christed vibration, then that person's DNA and cells are going to have a chance to resonate with that, right? And to increase their frequency and to clear some things.
I'm going to read you something which might resonate with you a lot. This is from a man who has a specific condition. I wrote to him, look inside you and you see why you have done this to yourself. And then when you answer me, then I can make the system for you from your own body. You want me to make a system to see if your will can overcome my system, that you are more stronger, so you can have pity on yourself. Finally say that no one can help me, and then saying that my system does not work. So gentlemen, until you do not find out why you have done this to yourself, I cannot help you and make the system for you. That is why I have stopped the work for ILS, as to find out how you creators of your own problem need my systems to prove to yourself You are stronger in emotion and override my system. I am more than a man, but I do not understand how a man like you can do this to himself with his control of his own emotion and blame others for his own misconducted shortcoming. So, if you are the man, find out how. Then you explain it to me, and then I can make systems out of you for you to overcome what you are blaming yourself in doing to yourself. That is why I stopped making systems for those like you, as I do not understand the pattern of lies one needs to hear from ILS people to make me a toy for their mental game. Come back to me when you have answered the above yourself. Then I might be able to make the system that you might help yourself to live and not make me a game for your emotional play, as you have done with your own physical body for your emotion. And the answer was very simple, was thank you. Now I know what you think and why you are not making me my system. So I believe to have found the reason yet. I done this to myself because I was looking for the love, the empathy and the pity of the other persons, especially in my mother. For these motives, when 2 years ago I read your book, I thought to have found the solution for my illness. So if you want, I will try to work with you to resolve my problem. So you understand? These people know the cause of their own problem. These people which we try, if they don't want to be the recipient because it justifies to blame their own existence, you and I can produce as many systems. This technology only gives what you need and you only receive what you deem to want to receive. And nobody can change it. No structure can change it.
Yes, I guess that's been my the thing that makes me step back with any of the healing, so-called healing techniques and energetic work or whatever it is, because I'm aware that people create their dis-ease for an opportunity for their own expansion, and it's like, what is it for me to take that away from them when they're so close, maybe to making an awareness or making whatever that is bringing into their lives so that they can process those things.
A lot of people don't want to process their emotion. It's like the world leaders. They don't want to have peace because without their peace, they're not the man to find a solution to confirm their existence. A lot of world leaders have this dilemma in their life, and a lot of people, of the common ground of simplicity and we're being honest, they don't understand this. These are crisis makers that through the crisis they make themselves confirm their existence. There is a need for a leader. This, if you understand, nobody, once is satisfied, does not need to create crisis. A lot of world leaders at this moment of time are the makers of the mischief themselves to create a condition that I'm needed. And this is the same with everything in life. You see, I want to show you something. Fabio, are you on the line? If you look, can you put the camera? You will see something very strange. This is our little mascot of the Keshe Foundation. My hand is full of cans, and the only thing the dog does is licks it because he knows he needs it. He licks very thoroughly the fingers because it's full of cans. That's what I just assembled. The animals know by instinct what is good for them. It's the most lovable things in our life, this little dog. But it shows if it was not good, a dog would not take. And you've seen me, I've been filling the boxes and I'm just touching the gas. So animals, by instinct, they know what they have. But it's us, we refuse to take it. Because in so many ways, we have confirmed by accepting it that we do not need to be the suckers for the emotion of the others. It's very simple. We give unconditionally, and then the people who receive it, they put a condition on it to confirm that they exist what they want to take. What about just taking it and don't do anything and let the body take what it needs? And this will not happen. This will not happen because then there is no need for them to be the suckers, and then and no need for them to confirm they exist by taking from the others. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, this is John again. Now I understand perfectly well why a month ago you gave me hell because I told you I had drunk some of the Gans water. And all the when I said I had drunk some of the Gans water and all the other commentaries you've done towards me.
I don't understand.
A month ago you gave me hell when I told you I had drunk some Gans water.
Yes, but
now I understand why.
We try to keep things under control because we know, and the people which just start going with it and doing things on what do you call it, control, they can create mayhem and misinformation.
Yes, I understand that. That's why I say I understand perfectly well. I only did it on myself. I always try everything on myself. I'm at an age where I have no compromised things, so I can take those risks all on my own.
We don't need to take risks. We need to understand.
I felt it was a risk for me.
Yeah, what it is, we do not need to take risks. We need to understand what is involved. A lot of people who make, and then they say they made the guns, they made this and that, and we saw people start drinking guns as a revenge that he doesn't give us it was a Chinese guy or Taiwanese guy. I drink guns because the Keshe doesn't give us the technology for Magra. And what happened? CO2 was no problem. But somebody took a magnum of copper oxide and we saw the bleeding. It's establishing what is good for what, and it's a new technology. We have to do it correctly. Don't forget, we have vouchers and men of wrongdoing who are after anything we do to help man because then they don't exist. The reality is now we are doing it collectively worldwide. Which one of us they're going to blame and catch and do and behave in so many ways in understanding of a new technology. We've seen them. They go on the internet and they make a fool of themselves. But the understanding is this time we are doing it the control way. This time we are involving national governments. In fact, the existence of a nation called Belgium is irrelevant because we know it's the land of the terrorists. By pedophiles, by killing scientists, so they become irrelevant. The rest of the world have to exist, but this time we have to exist in a condition that major societies, major governments get involved in delivering. We showed you today how, with what is being done, suddenly out of nowhere, TEPCO is ready to release the water because now if they release it, nobody can say where is the cesium, where is the tritium. Because it's not in there. When it's not there in the sea, nobody can ask where is the tritium. We have become scientifically correct. And the governments are on the run who are the wrongdoers. We are, ask yourself, the simple question, couldn't TEPCO put all this water in the sea for past time? In past 3 weeks that we have shown that they created gold
And then we see the presentation, they've been enough, what do you call it, thinking everybody is a fool like before. They show the nano gold structure in the filters they're using. They know we knew the trick. It was obvious that TEPCO now has to say, you release a clean water, it's as good as the water from your tap. It's cleaned up. So there's not going to be any harm. But this way, billions of assets, which is stolen from the Japanese nation in the private bank and the deposits of the directors or whatever of these companies, is become wealth again to them. But while they could have offered the technology immediately, the way they cleaned up TEPCO, and we've seen lorries and tanks moving in there, the farmers in Japan could make a living. They could clean up the same technology to clean up the farms in Japan. They have to, it's their responsibility to deliver the technology. If it is given to cover an American company which is sold for $360 million, to give it to the Americans who are being contaminated by the waters of the Fukushima on the west coast of the United States. Is their life less important of actresses and the rich people and the poor people of Los Angeles than the few directors of TEPCO who have lined their pocket with whatever? We gave the technology free unconditionally. We gave the technology. If you knew the man who came and he spoke and now has delivered this material, do you know what they did to him if I tell you? The American government put his wife and a 4-year-old child in prison in the United States. This is the decency of one of you called the most powerful nations in Los Angeles. He had not to be in the presentation that they would give all the information the technology is correct. He had to fly to Los Angeles to get his wife and a 4-year-old daughter on a false documentation which was produced by the American companies on his family. A 4-year-old child has paid for the Japanese because she is half Japanese. You don't want to know for us to open about the shameless behavior of the United States government in respect to this situation with TEPCO, with Keshe Foundation, and with submit documents. We have stood all sorts of problems. It's not just Keshe Foundations. The people who are around us continuously get intimidated by these organizations because they know the term is finished. You have heard to the part of the release of the technology which is given by the Keshe Foundation to the Japanese nation. My respect goes to Yukoko, who came to Keshe Foundation over 2 years ago and took the technology. She went to deliver the correctness, and it had to be hidden and covered up, whereby now how many Japanese have died of the cancer, which the solution was in the hand of TEPCO. But now it's become huge money in the private banks, in the deposits of the gold, of the most rarest material, nano gold structure. And they show it. But they believe people don't understand, it's just there. So we don't know and we don't ask, we just give, and the truth comes on its own. I would like to be present as a nuclear physicist with every right as an international figure in atomic nuclear structure, in plasma technology, present when TEPCO releases waters of tritium in the waters of the Pacific Ocean, which is going to be washed into the west coast of the United States to kill more Americans, but poisoning through radioactive material. Tritium takes up to 13 years to dissolve. Such a mass amount will reach the coast of the United States in less than 3 months. I would like to be there when such a thing is done. Or let us open the books and say, okay, we are wrong, we made a mistake, and the Keshe Foundation has proven cannot deliver anything. But we ask, what is that white material there? Except if it's not a nano gold, the way was delivered in the development of the technology to TEPCO by the man who you've seen why we support. Because he stood every crime against humanity by the Japanese government. Putting a 4-year-old child in custody and the mother to get him out of the conference that he will not be present to show more achievement within the structure of TEPCO and the rest. Let us become one. That's what we are saying. We don't care. TEPCO has done and developed and they're doing it. We support them because we gave them the step. But now let us share the knowledge across with everybody else, which is gained. We don't need to see what the Mouse report is. I told you, the openness of African nation will bring the West into shape. You saw the reports from Ghana Atomic Energy Authority. So open because the openness of the culture, the openness of equality of the man in Africa has more value than in corridors of the power in the West where everything is valued by money. You don't want to hear what we know. If I tell you what we know, what they're doing in respect to the Keshe Foundation technology, which you are developing, every one of you, every day you come on a Tuesday or a Thursday, show something new, immediately the governments are on top of it to develop it to see how they can make money or control somebody. And they find out one by one they create it, but it's balanced so they cannot abuse it. This is what the problem is with the Keshe Foundation. Our technology is copied, it brings balance, which is opposite to what they wanted. They wanted to abuse. Okay, good news? No. What topic? Any other question?
I have another question, Mr. Keshe. Mario here again from Germany. I tried to produce this liquid plasma, but then how is it with the CH3 GANs? Because it's the other GANs are clear, the water on top, but the CH3 is not clear. It's, there's a rust.
You have to find a ratio that you find it clear with it.
You mean put enough water in it so that there's
You have to find. It's the same with the blood. It's the same with the blood. You try to make a GANs of a blood, then you understand. If you don't use the right way, it'll be very difficult to make the GANs of blood too. You have to create a condition that it's a composite GANs when it comes to CH3. For example, you get a lot of materials like this. It's a composite GANs you have to use. Which means you add another to it, and I explained to you, it's in a composite GANs. You bring another into it, for example, like a CO2, that the water you collect now has the characteristic plasmatic of both CH3 and CO2. You have to find ways. I told you, I gave you, I don't spoon feed you. You have to find them. So you're busy at it already trying to test if we are correct. We are correct. It's good. Let's see now that you have a balanced field, which one of you can stick it on the reactor core and create a motion in the plasma that you start seeing the lights, start seeing the craft, start seeing the interaction of the fields. But do not forget, you need to produce a gradient flow, not a balanced flow. Without the gradient flow, you have nothing. So your cores have to be in a condition that you create a flow of plasma. This is the famous word of the masters of the foundation, Marco. You have to create a gradient flow that you have the rotation, and at the same time, you have the rotation too. This will give you the physical tangibility. Without it, nothing works. You have to create the gradient flow and positioning. This is what I was teaching to Ali last time. You have the things, you have to move it, that you create the right field pressure, that it brings the light and the tangibility to you to see. The top structure of your spaceship is created by the interaction of these three. The height and the strength comes by the two, and the totality of the three, they create a third balance, which becomes the creation of the tangibility. Two are real, one becomes the emotion, and the totality creates the soul, which creates the physicality, which is the dimensions of your physical structure. This is what, as you see, as I call them, people who don't understand, they say the guy says it's going to be a floor and then he's going to create. It shows the payment of the masters is too good. They sit, they analyze everything to make the reverse, to make ridicule of what they don't understand. They are incompetent, and both in physical life and in their brain. It's very interesting. Listen to the teaching and understand it yourself and test it yourself. And now we are closer to the conclusion. This is why when we said in the beginning that every step, every reactor made is capable to fly, because at the end is how you create the plasma which counts. If you have, now the gentleman told us that his friend had a cancer, had a stomach ulcer and whatever. It'll be very interesting with those of you, because I know I have a lot of respect for this man in Europe. He's doing everything to save the life of his wife. He's made the gallons of seawater, gallons and gallons of it to make a bath. Use the water of the gans and mix it within the water of the bath. Temperature is irrelevant, and let us see by submerging in it, we can change the balance of the emotion within the physicality. And it works. If man understands, and now I tell you what to do. If you make a bath of water with the right combination of the gases, and you put a paralyzed man in it, he will walk out of the bath with no help. The body, in receiving the right and the correct physicality of energy of the emotion, in you submerging a man in the bath of the water, which receives the correct GANS plasmatic energy, and it brings both the physicality and the emotion in control in what time. You put a man in the bath, you create the right plasma inside the water, and you bring everything to the balance. In so many ways. In so many ways. You create a condition that now you don't need to be in the reactor and the frame, the water, the plasma. The liquid plasma becomes a plasma of the creation, the same as the womb of the mother, which has a balance to give, and you take what you need, that you structure the correct way. So, those of you who say I'm paraplegic, try to understand the condition and how, if it is the right way and the right condition, you shall walk. But you have to get the condition the correct way. You do not need to be in a special hospital or in a special place. maybe those who suffer with ALS will be cured of way, in a way, to see if within the water you put enough zinc oxide and enough CO2 and enough CH3 and the others that it satisfies your need, that you'll find out you will walk in no time. Have we created the ultimate cure? Have we created the ultimate system in the body of the man? Yes, we have. Because the body of the man works on the gas state, as we said, and when you submerge it, it has to find its own balance. Would we be able to sink in these waters? And if you get the balance correct, you walk with Alzheimer's and you walk out without. You walk with Parkinson and in a few sessions you walk out without. The answer is yes. It's now for the man to find the dimensions of new technology. But let us do it together that we get it correct and totally as one nation. Because when you have in the bath of, let's say, liquid gas, what do you need? What do you do? The water with its fields interacts with every part of your body. What you need, you take. What you don't need, you give. You got the CH3, you got whatever copper oxide, you got the zinc or whatever. If you get it right, you give and take. Now you are now in the confinement, blocked as in the gas state of the matter. So your body finds the balance. It's not magic. So you will see, even if you understand it, which is beyond the understanding of a lot, you put a dead man in the bath. If the intention was not to die, he will walk. Because you still can make connection between the physicality and the soul of the man. And this is what the Christ did. Make that man to walk, bringing a balance between the emotion and physicality, that it created the need for the confirmation of existence. You do not understand what I released as an understanding of the technology today. But for those who understand, will change the course of humanity in a very short time. Let us learn and let us collectively learn. Whatever you do, go to the Keshe Foundation on the testimonial every day. Any changes, we have to learn. There is a process put in by Renan, a new program which is coming in that separates for everything. You can go and look paraplegic, you can go and look such as disease, then you will get it. Add to the knowledge of the man the way we give it freely for you to do. But let us bring control, because 99.9% of 7 billion people do not have such a knowledge. We have to be able to control it, give it to them freely, that they can help themselves to come out of the dilemma they are in.
Mr. Kesh, Heather asks, how would one become part of the innovation R&D team for health applications? She says, I have so many ideas of ways that this can infiltrate what is left of the medical world, and I want to do that with those and so on.
We are trying in the coming days to set up such organization or come to an agreement with the Iranian government, because such a huge amount of information needs governmental support to back up the computers, data analysis, and the rest of it. Then we hopefully bring the support of scientists from Ghana into the organization, and at the same time, as I said, we'll start a negotiation with the Italian Nuclear Center that will become part, because they already have tested the gas, they know the parameters of it, now they can see the Other side, we can collaborate. It brings a lot of job to Italian scientists. And then we work with, as I said, our connection with British Nuclear Fuel and UK Atomic Energy Authorities and UAEA, because there's a lot of factors of nuclear and the space technology in this matter, in this education. We need to bring a lot of people together that we can do. At the moment, any new ideas, innovation goes to the Keshe Foundation Innovation Center, which is headed by Brennan. You get in touch with Innovation Center, they look, and they will see. But the process is getting done. We're bringing more scientists, doctors, and the rest to be part of this structure. But at the end, we need the governments to come in, even though they're coming slowly, but they see that the movement is there, they want to be part of it. As I said, I make my communication and contact with the Iranian government because I know what they have as scientists and such a beautiful scientist as well. So we have made that contact, we have made the request, and in due course, all our information will be released directly to both Ghanaian, the Chinese, and the Iranian government scientists. And if the others would like to join us, you're quite welcome. But if you want to join and develop new things, the Keshe Foundation Innovations, you go on it, you sign it, and then Renan is there to clarify everything and sort everything else to be done.
It looks like people can go to the Keshe Foundation website and then click on the support FAQ button and then select Innovator Support Center in the drop-down menu on that page. And it says use this section if you have new inventions or ideas to contribute, and so on. Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed. Shall we call it a day? We are around about 1:30. We've been going for nearly 4 hours.
Okay, sure.
I think we have made enough waves on the ocean of the man's knowledge today.
Yeah, a bit of a tsunami of information, perhaps, yes. That's good, good wave.
Thank you very much indeed. Please support the innovation, support the testing of this material, because at this moment of time, the way the society is, they want to have data to believe. We have allowed 10,000 per case evaluation, one for digestion, one for the skin, and one for the eye, and anything else you come up with, become part of the trial. Fill in the form, send it back, that we listen to and we learn from you. Some of you said you already tried this. Sign in into the innovation, that your data can be gathered as totality for the human race. I would like to thank, more than anything else, Kan Sonel of the Japanese Keshe Foundation. He has paid heavily with his life, his job, and his family to bring such a beautiful knowledge in respect to the development of this new technology. He's a high-value scientist. He's a lecturer in Tokyo University. But he understood all these problems in a way to be able to save a nation which is not even his, is married to a Japanese, of a Turkish descent, or he's born in Turkey, and but loyal to the Japanese government and the nation. Thank you very much. We see you next Thursday around about 12 o'clock Dubai time, when we announce, we will show, and not to show, you will see the members of the Keshe Foundation Universal Committee, the initial, but not the totality, because they will have 12 months to create the balance. Members that we represent the majority of the human race as one race on equal basis, and no one to be higher than the others. See you next Thursday in Dubai. And I think it's appropriate to finish with the logo of the conference in Dubai, if you have one still hanging somewhere. Rick, can you
You
show it?
want the banners or
Please, as it says, one nation, one planet, one race.
right? Oh, let me get that set up here. Yes, there we go.
Thank you very much. And I hope we will be able to bring more knowledge on the table of the knowledge seekers, that by seeking knowledge, we all become equal to understand we are equal and no different. Have you got it? Would you, in so many ways, we leave it to you to say goodbye as the voice of the Keshe Foundation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe, and that'll be the end of the 109th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And as Mr. Keshe says, stay tuned next week when we broadcast from or get a report from Dubai. One planet, one nation, one race.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else to add, Mr. Keshe?
No, thank you very much, and see you next week.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.